Good afternoon. And welcome to the Appropriations Committee of the Maryland House of Delegates. I'm Delegate Maggie McIntosh, Chair of the committee. And today we have a number of bills that we're going to be hearing, 20 or more. And I do want to make this announcement. We have more than 100 people, as a matter of fact, exactly 113 people that want to give oral testimony. So what that means to all of you who are here and in the public is that I will give the sponsor the opportunity to introduce the bill, to talk about the bill, so that we understand the bill's content. After that, each witness who is here or each member of the public who signed up to testify on the bill will be given 2 minutes. And we do this so that we can move through all of the bills that are on our calendar today. We're going to begin the day with 2 bills that are actually agency bills that I'm listed as the sponsor, but I sponsored it as the chair of appropriations for the department, but I was pleased to do so. And the first bill we're going to hear is House Bill 896, Maryland Stadium Authority Increased Bond Authorization, Camden Yards. And with that, I'd like to bring forward Tom Kelso, who is the chair of the Maryland Stadium Authority. Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I know your time is very precious and you're very busy this time of year, and I'm going to try to do this as expeditiously as I can, but there is some detail here, and I hope you'll bear with me as I go through this. HB 896 deals with the Camden Yards Sports Complex. Just by way of history, for those who are not totally familiar, is that the MSA was created in 1986 when the idea of purchasing the land and constructing a baseball stadium for the Orioles was contemplated. In our statute, the original statute, was contained a number of things, but one thing I think that's really important to remember, and that is that the underlying obligation of the Maryland Stadium Authority in the statute is the care, preservation, promotion of the Camden Yards Sports Complex. So we constructed the Oriole, what is now known as Oriole Park. We renovated, it opened for play in 1992. We decided to continue to keep the warehouse in place. We renovated the warehouse. Today it is houses office space for the MSA, for the Baltimore Orioles, for some state agencies, as well as from some other third parties, most of whom are all rent paying. And then in the late 1990s, and with us today, I have John Moog, who was chairman of the MSA at the time. We were fortunate enough to, with his leadership, to bring the Cleveland Browns to Baltimore. They became the Ravens, and we were able to construct what is now known as M&T Bank Stadium, or the bank. So over the life of the Maryland Stadium Authority, the last 35 years and 30 plus years of which there's actually been economic activity on the complex, we've generated over $1 billion worth of tax revenue for the state of Maryland. And that does not include the revenues derived by Baltimore City or by the surrounding jurisdictions. So in all told, it's far and away more than $1 billion. The actual cost, principal and interest, to construct the stadiums and build the warehouse or renovate the warehouse, all in was about $670 million. So this has been an incredible success by the concept of creating the authority, as well as bringing the teams to play on the Camden Yards Sports Complex. But more importantly, more than anything, is actually probably the most preeminent public-private partnership, if not the preeminent, certainly one of preeminent public-private partnerships between the state in the form of the MSA and our great partners, the Orioles and the Ravens. So with me today, and you probably all recognize them, Mike Friends is the executive director of the MSA, and David Wraith is our CFO. They'll be available to answer questions. But the bills themselves have really come from a couple of factors. One is that these stadiums are beginning to age. And by way of benchmark is that Memorial Stadium that some of you might remember actually existed for a sum total of 39 years. This year, Oriole Park actually goes into its 31st year. And M&T Bank will be going into its 26th or 27th year. So these stadiums are beginning to age. And so as part of our obligation to maintain this complex is that we know that no matter what happens, is that in order to extend the useful life of these stadiums, we need to make some fairly significant reinvestments in them from an infrastructure standpoint. And then over the last 3 years, Mike Friends and I have spent an enormous amount of time, sitting down with the leadership of both teams and trying to understand is that as sports has changed dramatically in the last 5 or 10 years, that, what is it that's important for them in order to have in a stadium that will keep the fan experience as rich as possible and continue to drive people to attend games live and in person. Because the better the teams do, the better we do. And when I say we, I mean the taxpayers of the state of Maryland. So all of the economic activity that's created by the game experience is really the revenue, what creates a lot of the tax revenue that accrues to the state of Maryland and to surrounding jurisdictions. So understanding what the teams really felt was important, which was really to find a way to make investments in the stadiums over time, but more frequently, that would allow them to adapt the stadiums to meet the changing needs of the fan experience, because that's the way that you keep the stadiums fresh. That's the way you keep attracting people back to them. And that's the way that we can keep this economic engine going into the future. So these bills are constructed. This bill is constructed in such a way is that it would allow the MSA to issue bonds up to $1.2 billion outstanding at any one time, with sublimits of $600 million for each team. It would also increase and so originally when MSA was first founded, the statute allowed the MSA to issue up to $235 million worth of bonds. And that has not changed at all in 35 years. So this is requesting to be able to raise the MSA's bonding limit for projects on the Camden Yards Sports Complex with sublimits for each team of $600 million, and to allocate money from the Maryland Lottery and increase what was been given to the MSA originally, which was $20 million a year from the Maryland Lottery, that would increase that to up to $90 million a year, or up to whatever is necessary, up to $90 million a year to service the $1.2 billion worth of bonds that could be issued. It does not give us the money if the bonds are not issued. So it's only allows the lottery or authorizes payment to the MSA from the Lottery General Fund in order to service whatever debt is outstanding. So if there's not need for 90, the need is 40, then 40 would come to the MSA. But each time that bonds are issued, obviously the debt service will increase. And at some point in time, I would expect that we will get close to the full $1.2 billion worth of bonds issued, and that will substantially increase the amount of money necessary to service that debt. And there's really two types of projects that we're really talking about here, two broad categories. One is infrastructure redevelopment, and that's the obligation of the MSA, no matter what. And the other is investments that are made to improve the fan experience and to keep people coming back to the stadiums. So those are the two major components. But there's a third component that's really important, and that is that no bond could be issued unless the duration of the underlying lease was at least as long as the longest duration of the bond. So if you issue a 30-year bond, you need an underlying lease or a lease extension that takes you out 30 years. But it's our anticipation that because of the way this bill is constructed, is that as bonds are issued, projects are completed, bonds are paid down, we may look to shorter amortization periods that would allow for more frequent reinvestment in these stadiums, because our goal is to keep this partnership with the teams as evergreen as possible, so that as reinvestment is done, the leases are extended, and that that partnership, that working agreement that we have is really one that should be able to continue uninterrupted as long as we're able to extend the useful lives of these stadiums. Now, they won't last forever. I know that, and I know that everybody here probably understands that. But we can extend the useful lives of these stadiums, and they're a lot cheaper to reinvest in than they are to build new. And just to give you some parameters, is that the Texas Rangers play baseball in a brand new stadium that replaces a stadium that was built after Oriole Park was constructed. And the new stadium cost over $1 billion. The Las Vegas Raiders that moved from Oakland to Las Vegas play in a stadium that cost close to $2 billion. And of course, we all watched the Super Bowl and saw a great game that was played in a stadium or a stadium complex with investment of up to $5 billion. So it's a lot cheaper to do it, what we're laying out here, than it is to put ourselves in a position where our stadiums have aged so badly that they have to be replaced sooner than necessary. And then the last component part of this bill is that it's not an unfettered right of the MSA to issue bonds or to approve projects. All projects would be worked together between the team and the MSA, costing studies, economic analysis, et cetera, everything the MSA already does today. The MSA board would have to approve. At that point, a new step would be added to this process where the Legislative Policy Committee would have a 45-day period of review and comment before it would go to the Board of Public Works. So there's actually an additional level of scrutiny that would be on top of what has traditionally been the way that MSA projects are approved, including the 21st Century Schools program and the Built to Learn Act, which requires the MSA board approval, but then it goes directly to the Board of Public Works. And of course, no bond can be issued without the approval of the Board of Public Works, proper documentation, et cetera. So, we believe that these bills, or this bill, working in tandem with our great partners, the teams, is that, we will be able to accomplish something that is really unique in authority owned facilities anywhere in the country, which allows us to work with the teams, constantly work with the teams to help meet their needs, to continue to extend the leases. And when we look at the dollar amounts, we were informed by what teams were getting in similar markets in stadiums that were built after Oriole Park. So Seattle, Denver, Cleveland, St. Louis, and to a degree, the Anaheim baseball stadium. That the public contribution is very similar to this, and in some cases actually getting probably less bang for the buck and less duration of leases than we anticipate that this evergreen type of arrangement can yield. So we're very excited about this. It's really important. We wouldn't be bringing it to the legislature in this session if we didn't feel that way. Is that time is getting short and we need to act. Neither of our partners has threatened us. That's not the impetus here. The impetus is to say, let's increase the economic returns that we can get from the stadium, the complex, and to convert like many other cities are doing, which is to take stadiums and to begin to convert them into more of a year-long destination where you have entertainment going on far more frequently, greater usage, and a live-work component either on the complex or close to the complex that has people living in a neighborhood so that they can come and utilize some of the things that we would anticipate would be open and available to people more frequently than just on game days. So
Okay.
It should have a really beneficial impact from that, and really furthers kind of the vision that the people who created the MSA back in the late 1980s had, which is economic development that's triggered by stadiums. So, Madam Chair, I'm sure I probably missed a couple of things, and I'm happy. Mike and Dave and I are happy to answer questions, but I know we have some other panels here, and would you like me to introduce them first and let us kind of speak last?
That's okay. Well, we got to first see if there's any questions for the Maryland Stadium Authority, and I see one. Delegate Valentino Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And maybe this is something I should know, but will this have a good impact on my Bowie Bay Sox?
Well, I think so that's a great question. And I think if we hold on, we get to Bill 897.
Yeah.
So, which I think will have a more direct, but let me say this, and it's kind of in preparation, is that, the Baltimore Orioles are one of the very few baseball teams, if not the only one, that has four minor league affiliates playing in the same state in which it actually plays its games. So that affiliation between the Orioles and the Bay Sox, the Ironbirds and the Shorebirds, is really important in terms of generating fan interest and helping improve the economic returns at stadiums such as Bowie.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. We do have, as Mr. Kelso mentioned, some professional teams that are here with us today that I will call up. I do have to tell you, because of the time restraints we have this afternoon, I'm going to ask everybody to summarize your remarks in 2 minutes. First of all, we have the Orioles, Greg Barter, and Jennifer. I think I saw Jennifer here. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I will be very brief. Thank you for your time, and Mr. Vice Chair as well, and the honorable members of this committee. I'm Greg Bader, the Senior Vice President of Administration and Experience for the Baltimore Orioles. And I'm here with my colleagues, Jennifer Grandal, who's the Senior Vice President of Community Development and Communications, and Lisa Tolson, who's our Senior Vice President of Human Resources. And we're representing the entire Orioles organization in expressing our strong support for HB 896. We've worked with the Maryland Stadium Authority in a very productive partnership over these past 30 years. And during that time, the Orioles have helped to drive more than 70 million fans to Baltimore and to the state of Maryland. and at the same time, creating more than $10 billion of economic impact for the state. We are fully supportive of these efforts of Chairman Kelso and of the Maryland Stadium Authority, and we deeply value our ongoing partnership with the MSA. We look forward to keeping that partnership going for many years to come. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to appear in front of you today to express our support for HB 896. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm assuming you're speaking for the other two, just to keep this short.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, we now have the Ravens who are here with us today. I think, is Nick Manis here? He is not. Okay. Dick Cass.
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Oh, all right. Nick, where are you? Are you on mute, Nick? All right. Let's move.
Anyway, Madam Chair, this is Dick.
Here I am. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I've had a problem getting in.
All right.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Nick Manis here today representing the Baltimore Ravens. First thing I want to do is congratulate the chair for being awarded the Casper Taylor Founders Award. I've worked with the chair for a long, long time. You will be missed next year, and just want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, I'm here today in support of House Bill 896. And I want to introduce Dick Cass, who is the current president of the Baltimore Ravens, and he will introduce the rest of the Ravens that are on the call today. And he is not a registered lobbyist, so he is here upon my request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dick.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee, it's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Dick Cass. I'm currently president of the Baltimore Ravens, but I will be retiring at the end of the month. I have with me today Sashi Brown, who is the incoming president of the Baltimore Ravens. Maybe you could just raise your hand, Sashi. And I also have Brandon Etheridge, who's the general counsel of the Ravens. So the three of us are here to express our strong support for House Bill 896. I will cut out a lot of my remarks and just go to the bottom line. We strongly support this legislation. We have a good partner in the Maryland Stadium Authority. I think it's imperative that we renovate our stadium rather than try to build a new one. There are a couple of NFL stadiums have been built recently. The reported cost is anywhere from $2 billion to $5 billion. We think that with appropriate investments in our stadium over the next several years, we can continue to have a first-rate NFL venue. We think the way to go is to renovate, not build a new one. I would just say this, I think one of the reasons we're excited about renovating, and it's possible, I think you have to remember that when the stadium was built, the Maryland Stadium Authority invested $220 million to build our stadium. The stadium was completed in 1998. Since then, we, the Ravens, have invested an additional $230 million into the stadium to make improvements. Over the last 5 years alone, we've invested $125 million to improve the game day experience for our fans. We are committed to making our stadium and maintaining our stadium as a first-rate NFL venue. And with the help of the Maryland Stadium Authority, we're confident we can do that. Let me just close by saying we are committed to Maryland. In addition to the $230 million we've invested at the stadium, we've invested an additional $90 million to build and then to renovate and expand our practice facility in Owings Mills, Maryland, which we call the Under Armour Performance Center. The media calls it the Castle, but it's a first-rate NFL practice facility. We spend millions of dollars each year on Maryland wages and generate an enormous amount of state and local income tax for Maryland. From our headquarters here in Owings Mills, we buy millions of dollars of goods and services from Maryland companies. As I said, we are committed to Maryland. We look forward to working closely with the Maryland Stadium Authority to extend our lease. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now have the Shorebirds in the house. Chris Bitters. Is Chris here?
Madam Chair, if I might, I think that They were going to testify on 897 and not 896, but I could be wrong.
That is correct, sir. Yes,
All right, so I should call you up for the next one, okay?
that's correct. Yes, Madam Chair.
And that's probably the same for the Bay Sox. Are they for the next one also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, just remind me, all right? We also have with us today, and I thank you for that. We have us with Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, Shalonda Stokes.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you for having me. To all of the members, we are extremely appreciative of not only the opportunity to speak today, but just for the tremendous support you've given our downtown and our state throughout. As you all know, and I say it all the time, Baltimore is the heartbeat. The downtown is the heartbeat of our city, of our state. And so we recently did an economic impact study to really look at the traditional core, brought in an economic development expert, Richard Clinch, and he highlighted this being the economic driver of the city, but also noted the need that we have to update our infrastructure and we have to increase amenities to support the anticipated growth of State Center and all of these other things coming to the city. As the president of this organization, I represent a collective of more than 91 prominent businesses and community stakeholders who are on my board. That's for another day, but also 650 members who want that growth and who need that growth. We are believers in downtown, investors, residents, all of this in our architecture, our cultural institutions, and in our stadiums. And so when you think about Oriole Park, that was ranked, number 1 in the nation for a while, I think we're number 5 now. We need to be able to maintain that and even grow our position. And we know that it takes resources to do it. So surviving COVID and now having to reimagine the needs of our downtown, we also understand what that means for the stadiums to do for their attendees. It's different. It will be different. They're going to have to do something more to get people to leave their homes and go into the stadium. And that creates economic impact for us all. And so we know that when the Camden Yards Sports Complex was developed, it was visionary. It inspired so much urban revitalization and all of that across the nation. And so I am testifying, as you can see, to enthusiastically support House Bill 896 on the behalf of Downtown Partnership, our board, our team, because we need it. We need our stadiums to remain competitive, to ensure that we keep the teams here. I know you said they didn't say it, but we want to do that, and we need to activate the area. The stadiums provide access to amenities that we all enjoy, and so we don't want to take that for granted and, just want to enthusiastically add our support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Metzger, do you have a question?
Yes, might be premature, but I was just asking Mr. Kelso, I've traveled the country a lot and I like going to venues. Have we thought about doing a covered stadium to bring more people in for conventions and so forth? I know when we built it first time, we could have done that relatively inexpensive, but now I think it's at a crossroad.
Well, to be honest, is that while we may have thought of it, we have not contemplated it. And the way that we have kind of looked at the relationship with the teams is that from a fan amenity standpoint, we need them to tell us what they need. We're not experts and we don't interface with the fans. From a structural standpoint, that's really where, the MSA is, our roots are. But, we have not looked at a roofed or a domed stadium. I assume you mean for football. And, but, it's a project that we could look at. I just don't think we could do it within the amount of funds that are allocated here. They're very expensive. And in order to get the economic returns, you really have to program those stadiums, 270 to 300 days a year, which is a lot of programming for this area. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but this isn't Las Vegas or a Dallas where or in New Orleans where you've got all of these huge conventions coming in routinely, not just because of the facility, but because of the weather, et cetera. So.
Well, I guess my salesman part comes out of me here. I just feel like that we've got a city that we need to sell, and we could do conventions. We could do them year round. I remember the words of our former mayor and governor Schaefer, that when he built the aquarium, if you build it, the fish will come. So I believe in that. So that's my part.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Stokes, thank you for being here. I hope you're well.
Thank
You're
you
in my
so much.
thoughts. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it tremendously.
We now have the Economic Alliance of Greater Baltimore, Edwin Brake and Michelle Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start off. I'm Michelle Whaley, the president of the Economic Alliance of Greater Baltimore. We are a regional organization representing Baltimore City and 6 surrounding jurisdictions: Anne Arundel, Howard, Cecil, Carroll, Hartford, and Baltimore counties. Our mission is to elevate the Greater Baltimore region as a location of choice for residents, talent, investment, and the growth of existing and new businesses. We strongly support the passage of HB 896. The Camden Yards Sports Complex is a vital economic asset for Baltimore City, definitely, but also for the entire region. And continued investment will not only keep our Orioles and Ravens in Baltimore, but also attract other activities and investment that will provide direct and indirect economic return for the entire region. Our board chair, Brian Pennick, sends his regrets as he is traveling today, but I'd like to introduce Ed Brake. Ed's a past chair and now is treasurer, is an officer of EAGB. Ed?
Thank you, Michelle. I come to you, first of all, thanking Madam Chair and the members of the committee for having me. I don't take your time lightly. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the Economic Alliance of Greater Baltimore. I'm actually wearing 3 different hats today. I currently serve on the board and the executive committee of the Economic Alliance of Greater Baltimore. I also serve as a board representative and an executive committee member of the Downtown Partnership. So Shalonda, yes, I thank you for everything. And as my day job, I'm a CEO of Ellen & Tucker. I'm a CPA firm headquartered here in Baltimore City since 1946. So in all 3 capacities, I strongly support this HB 896. Let me say that the Baltimore Ravens and the Baltimore Orioles are significant assets to our city, our region, and our state. Their leadership sits in the same rooms as other major employers of our region. The owners and players make significant investments of time and finances to support the state of Maryland. It is our responsibility to understand and respect the economic impact, marketing impact, and certainly the pride that comes to any city or region when they have a team to cheer for. House Bill 896 as proposed will allow the Maryland Stadium Authority to work collaboratively with our partners to not only maintain the state of Maryland assets, but to enhance the physical structures to meet the ever-changing demands and desired experiences of fans and citizens. Thank you again, and I hope you will support House Bill 896.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Don Fry, Greater Baltimore Committee. Is Don in the room?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wait a minute. Before you get started, first of all, thank you for your service to the Greater Baltimore Committee. I hear tell you're getting ready to retire.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And for those who don't know that are on this call, Don Fry was a member of the Appropriations Committee. Our time here overlapped, and he went on to bigger and better things, I guess. But I want to just say welcome to a former member of the Appropriations Committee as well.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. It's had many pleasant days in the Appropriations Committee, and congratulations to you on your award today. Greatly deserved.
Thank you.
So I'm Don Fry, President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Committee. The Greater Baltimore Committee supports House Bill 896, and we've submitted written testimony. The economic impact that's generated at Camden Yards is significant. Based on the statistics that are compiled annually by a consultant of the MSA, since 1992, the Orioles and Ravens have attracted 85 million visitors, created 4,000 jobs each year, and generated $15.9 billion in total spending. The facilities have produced $8.3 billion in employee earnings and $1 billion in state revenues. This economic impact extends to nearby retail shops, restaurants, hotels, parking vendors, and many small businesses and entrepreneurs who benefit from the influx of fans to enjoy professional baseball and football. It's critically important, as you've heard, the professional sports venue, particularly a venue such as Royal Park at Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium, that are widely acclaimed to be at the top level of their peers, are maintained in excellent physical condition and provide quality fan experience. This requires investments to ensure that the facilities are modernized and maintained in a manner that extends their useful life as an attractive sports destination. State investments also add to increase a market for private investment near the stadiums that only enhance the economic impact generated by those facilities. House Bill 896 would provide the mechanism to ensure that Oriole Park and Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium provide that needed funding and continue to provide significant economic impact. Although the increase in the bond authorization is not insignificant, House Bill 896 is not without checks and balances on the Maryland Stadium Authority, as approval is needed through the Legislative Policy Committee and Board of Public Works. Increasing the borrowing power of the authority will provide certainty to the Orioles and Ravens organizations that needed improvements and modernization will be made in the future, and that both teams will remain in Baltimore for the long term, thereby protecting against the loss of significant economic impact for the state, city, and region, and businesses that rely on the vibrancy of those sports venues. For those reasons, the Greater Baltimore Committee requests a favorable report on House Bill 896. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. We're now going to move to Mr. John Moog. Is Mr. Moog here?
He is. He's trying to figure this system out here.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I can't believe it. How are you? Good to see you.
It's been a while.
It has.
I'm here at the request of Tom Kelso, which I was happy to accept. And by way of background, I am chairman and CEO of Moog & Company, which is a sports investment banking firm. And I have been in the sports business for 25 years. My career began on Capitol Hill. I was an assistant to then president of the Senate, Steny Hoyer. I then followed him to Capitol Hill, and I was his legislative director and staff. I was associate counsel of the House Appropriations Committee. And everyone knows that's where you really learn how politics and government works, always in the House Appropriations Committee. Paris Glendenning became governor, and he asked me to serve as the pro bono chair of the Maryland Stadium Authority. We have been through two efforts at an NFL expansion, both of which failed. And I then kind of went underground searching for teams elsewhere, and found myself immersed in a negotiation with the Cleveland Browns, who then became the Baltimore Ravens. We then had to build the Ravens Stadium. We also had to build the second segment of the convention center, the Ocean City Convention Center, and begin the Montgomery County Symphony Center. So it was an extraordinarily busy and rewarding 4 years, and I had to go back to a job to support my family. And I did that. And down the road a little bit, I found myself in my own business. We buy and sell teams. We have been advisors to the NFL, to the NBA, to teams outside of transactional issues. And we have learned an awful lot in this business, and it's changed dramatically in the last 10 years, and even more dramatically in the last 5 years. My favorite memories of Baltimore our opening of Harbor Court, the ethnic festivals, which were just jammed downtown, the aquarium, then Oriole Park, and then the Raven Stadium. And it's time to light a fire again. And it's my strong belief that the Stadium Authority knows how to light a fire. They've been doing a good job of that for a long period of time. And I wholeheartedly endorse their effort to do that again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You're very welcome. But the most important thing about Mr. Moog is that his parents lived on my street, Clover Hill Road, for many years. It's good to see you again. And I think I was a hill rat with you back in those days.
Yes, you were.
That's right. All right. Thank you.
Most important thing about you, Madam Chair, is how well you took care of my parents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We are really pleased now to have two very special people here today to talk about this bill. I'm going to start with the Mayor of Baltimore City, Mayor Brandon Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Honorable Members Committee, Madam Chair. As this is probably the last time I'll testify before you, you know that we love you, that I love you, that you will be missed. And we are so grateful for your many, many years of service to our city and state. And I am personally grateful to your years of mentorship and friendship, even though I know that will continue, but you shall be missed. I am here in full support of HB 896. As you've heard, it will greatly benefit the Camden Yards Sports Complex, which includes Camden Yards, the ballpark that changed America, and the best stadium to watch a primetime football game, M&T Bank Stadium, so that these facilities can continue to be world-class facilities that showcase the best that Baltimore and Maryland has to offer. This sports complex is an important source of entertainment, jobs, tourism, and revenue for our city and state, but also a deep sense of pride and unity for our city and state, ensuring that the complex can not only just be renovated, but reimagined for continued enjoyment of all of our residents and visitors is critically important. Year-round events at this complex create jobs and generate revenue for all of us, sports, leisure, business visitor spending, with the resulting tax revenues reinvested into fund essential cities services for us across the state of Maryland. We know this can be done. You've heard about the other places that it has been done. And in addition to our Major League Baseball and NFL games, using these facilities for year-round events ranging from motion picture locations, concerts, as we all know, with Paul McCartney coming, corporate and nonprofit events, international soccer. We know that we have the best stadium complex, and we have continued to have that for many, many years. But we have to reinvest in this complex so that we can take it to the 21st century. Our stakeholders function as an economic development partner with the shared goal of funding facility infrastructure and fan-friendly improvements. We can make Camden Yards #1 again, even though it's #1 in all of our hearts. We know that this iconic sports complex resulted from visionary leadership and has seen a successful investment and important year-round entertainment and community asset for Maryland. This legislation really expands on that vision for the next generation and demonstrates Maryland's firm financial commitment to the Orioles and Ravens, our hometown teams. I hope that this legislation can ensure that our sports complex remains a top destination for future generations of Marylanders' enjoyment and enrichment. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 896.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And pleasure to have you here. I think we saved the best for last, though. We have Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks, who's with us today.
Thank you so much. That's so very, very generous, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And congratulations also. I know we're going to be meeting in person soon, but congratulations also on your retirement. So to our chair, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the committee, for the record, I am Angela Alsobrooks, County Executive for Prince George's County, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 896 this afternoon. I was a student in law school in 1996 at the University of Maryland School of Law, when we gave Baltimore the ball. In fact, my law school professor started every class by saying, "Give Baltimore the ball." So we became aware. I remember at that time the excitement and energy around bringing a team back to Baltimore. And it was exciting to watch the franchise lay down their roots in the community and how this led to a period of economic revitalization for downtown Baltimore. So we are so proud to see that the state is doing its part to ensure that we maintain our professional sports teams in Baltimore, ensure the infrastructure and development exists around them to provide entertainment and resources to the surrounding communities, and provide additional investments to ensure those facilities realize the vision for being true economic development catalysts that will pay dividends to the Baltimore community for generations to come. And we are reminded as well that there is another stadium in Maryland, in Prince George's County, sitting in the middle of a community that has not seen the type of investments that we've seen in Baltimore and other jurisdictions around the state and around the Washington region. I am before you today because I am hopeful that we can look at the bills this year as a way to bring equity to the way that our state and region continues to grow. The Washington Commanders currently play in Prince George's County, and as an open secret, we want the team to stay. They have a unique position as the Washington Metropolitan Region's home team with fans from Maryland, DC, and Virginia. The county is also in a unique position to do our part to drive economic growth in the state and the region. We want to be the place where the region comes to work, live, and play. So we are invested in establishing a world-class sports and entertainment destination that draws fans from all over. Sports teams are not just about sports anymore, and their venues are rarely single-purpose facilities. These days, teams are full-scale real estate and economic development operations, which positions them for long-term financial sustainability beyond just owning a stadium. This is what all teams across all leagues are looking for, and many jurisdictions are looking to partner in this respect. That thought is certainly front of mind as the state prepares to make additional investments in the Baltimore stadiums, and I'm certain it was front of mind when the state made historic investments in Pimlico. I am asking you to similarly make sure that Prince Georgians are not left behind, like we were in 1997, when a stadium opened with no infrastructure to sustain it and no infrastructure to benefit the surrounding community. Last year, I set a new economic development for the county, focused on growing jobs in our commercial tax base and expanding affordable housing, but also on finally delivering the access to amenities that Prince Georgians have been waiting on for decades. I set the Blue Line Corridor as the anchor initiative for that new economic development vision because it's our next opportunity to create the region's next big destination. The Blue Line Corridor is also the Commander's best opportunity to realize their vision for long-term economic sustainability, because we've already made investments in the corridor, building a new hospital, getting the new Carillon development underway, establishing downtown Largo as a civic hub, and using state investments to support infrastructure improvements. The Commanders aren't starting from scratch like they were in 1997. But we don't just want a new stadium. We want long-term sustainability for the team and the community in which it sits. We want to lead by example and demonstrate what a public-private partnership looks like that centers on equity while remaining both profitable and culturally relevant. We want to invite the team to a partnership where we build a best-in-class corporate and community image that advances social justice and economic equity goals. This is not just football. It's football and community, equity, and impact. Prince George's is invested in a long-term relationship with the Washington Commanders, and the critical part of that long-term relationship is a continued physical presence in the county at the Landover site at a mixed-use stadium district that provides sports and entertainment, recreation, and amenities year-round. But, and let me make this very clear, with or without the Commanders, the county's vision for a dense, walkable, bikeable, amenity-rich sports and entertainment destination along the Blue Line Corridor stands, and it can be realized with your assistance. So as you consider House Bill 896, as well as its companion, House Bill 897, and investments in our sports and entertainment infrastructure, I'm asking you to think about what was done 25 years ago with our current stadium and ensure that we don't do it again. I'm not asking you to forget about investments in Baltimore City or any other jurisdiction. I'm asking you to remember Prince George's County and our residents, because Prince Georgians are Marylanders too. I'm asking you to be equitable and fair in how the state's resources are used. And I'm asking you to invest in downtown Prince George's County and in our Blue Line corridor to help us create a transformative year-round sports and entertainment destination that will not only benefit our residents, but will also provide resources in return that will benefit our entire state. Baltimore and its residents stand to gain significantly with the investments that this bill will authorize. Prince George's County residents deserve the same commitment and investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 897. We're now going to move to House Bill 890.
Madam Chair,
No, that concludes it on 890.
I'm here on 896.
Yeah, and we're now going to move to 897.
I don't get to speak?
Who?
Bill Marker?
I
registered?
I do not have you signed up on this bill.
I registered by, well, it was 3:05 on Friday because I didn't know the document had to be in PDF instead of Word.
I'll give you 2 minutes, but I'm going to time you, okay?
Well,
'Cause I did not have you signed up at all.
reminiscent of 30 years ago when the proponent spoke for 6 hours before Jack Lapidus and I got to say a word.
All right, you're using your time.
Okay. In 1986 to 87, as founder and president of Marylanders for Sports Saturday Inc., Mass, I led citizen support for Memorial Stadium. We opposed spending some $200 million to build new baseball and football stadiums. Mass's position was that spending $200 million, which I think ended up being about $400 million, to build new stadiums was not the most cost-effective way to accomplish keeping the Orioles in Baltimore. That could be done at a smaller cost. The Orioles then could be purchased by the state for something less than $100 million, considering that the world champion New York Mets had recently been sold for a little more than that. Ownership of the team, without the right to move the team, could then have been sold to private individuals for something less than the purchase price. Now the Maryland Stadium Authority, in concert with the Orioles and Ravens, is proposing, or is that extorting, the people of Maryland to spend up to another $1.2 billion, $600 million per stadium to keep the teams in town for another couple of decades. Will they demand trillions next time? And what else could we do with $1.2 billion? Not to count and mention however many billions Ms. Alsobrooks just said she's going to request for County Executive Alsobrooks will do for their equity. Without commenting on whether the desired stadium changes are a good idea and should be done, spending $1.2 billion for a couple of decades of occupancy is not the highest return we should get for those funds. That amount should cover the value of controlling the right to move the franchises, which must be transferred to the public in return for such a major public investment. This would spare today's office holders still in office in 2044 the embarrassment of having to answer why they didn't resolve this issue in 2022. I suggest the Governor, General Assembly, and Attorney General should revisit the law that was passed to keep the Colts in Baltimore. A court ruled that the Colts had already left town when that law went into effect. We have time to act now. I also suggest any new leases should specify that any seasons or partial seasons that do not happen, whether due to the owners or players or both, should not count towards the running of the lease. Finally, to correct my written testimony, which you did receive, I served as Secretary of the Maryland Professional Employees Council. I had mislabeled it. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing. We're now going to move to House Bill 897. Mr. Kelso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Hopefully we can be a little bit more expeditious with this one. But this is a bill, House Bill 897 is a bill that is designed to support and enhance sport and entertainment venues all across the state. And those venues that could be supported out of HB 897 include stadiums for minor league baseball. It could be sport and entertainment venues for youth and amateur sports. It could be equine venues such as the ones in PG County or in Cecil County. It could be a newly developed soccer complex somewhere in the state of Maryland. It could be entertainment venues that are to be developed. This bill contemplates $200 million for that purpose. And to give you some background is that today is that these stadiums that already exist are beginning to run down, partly because of age, partly because of lack of reinvestment by the communities that have owned them. The major leagues are putting pretty strict requirements on these stadiums in order to keep their major league affiliations. And then there are other venues such as Fair Hill and the Prince George's Equine Center that already today host the highest level equine events in the world that need improving in order to be able to sustain those events. There are other venues within the state that need additional attention, including things like youth and amateur sports locations that really drive economic returns. So in order for what this bill would do is it would take all of those requests and it would direct them all to the Maryland Stadium Authority. They would all undergo the same rigorous economic analysis that the MSA does today as projects come to us. They would, it would also go through a design build costing study to really make sure that the investments that are being made are really match the returns that would accrue to the state taxpayers. Those projects then, if they just are justified at that level, they would then go to the MSA board. The MSA board would then still have to, if it approves, they would go to the Legislative Policy Committee for a 45-day comment and analysis, and then it would go on to the Board of Public Works. In order to fund that, we request up to $25 million from the Maryland Lottery. And there's one other component to this bill, and this is a sport and entertainment fund. And this fund is designed to provide Maryland Sports, the Maryland Sports Commission, and its executive director, Terry Hasseltine, a companion to the Michael Aaron Bush Fund that is used for youth and amateur sports. But we have nothing to recruit professional sporting activities to Maryland, such as the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, the PGA Tour, some of these international equine events, and the list goes on and on. And these are things that you have to commit some dollars to well in advance of them ever being utilized. So in order to bring, as an example, an event to Maryland 5 years hence, you have to make an economic commitment to that organization today in order to secure that event. If we don't do that, these events won't come to Maryland. And that's one of the biggest challenges that Maryland has had is not being able to secure those events, is that the process to get it is we have to wait for a legislative session. If it passes the legislative session, by the time we go back to the organizer, the event's been awarded someplace else. So it requests $10 million. That's replenished as that money is allocated. And again, the approvals on that are very similar or exactly similar to the Michael Aaron Bush Fund, which would require them to undergo a rigid economic analysis to make sure that whatever we're committing, we're going to get back more than that through tax revenues, and then it would be approved by the board of the Maryland Stadium Authority. So collectively, this bill will really enhance both sports and entertainment, as County Executive Alsobrooks mentioned. because today sports and entertainment are basically one and the same. And that sports and entertainment doesn't just take place in major venues, but sports and entertainment takes place all across Maryland, in Southern Maryland, in Western Maryland, on the Eastern Shore, in Cecil County, as well as in Central Maryland. And these investments will allow those communities to also benefit from the continuing and growing revenue stream that comes from major investment in these types of sports venues. The MSA, as you know, because of the 21st Century Schools Program and the Built to Learn Act, is that we are very careful with the taxpayer dollars. We are on time, on budget, economic analysis people. These projects would not be one-off. They would undergo a rigid analysis, and that those investments would be made or advanced to the LPC and then to the Board of Public Works only after that has been done and the Board of the Maryland Stadium Authority approved them. So, we think that this is a responsible bill. We think it's really necessary today. One of the fastest growing segments of the U.S. economy is sports and entertainment. And whether it's at the professional level or whether it's at the collegiate level, amateur level, youth and amateur level, is that we want Maryland to be able to be on the forefront of that, to be able to take advantage of it. And we ask for your support on this bill and your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to you, by the way.
No, you're welcome. It's quite a day here on this side. We have now the Ironbirds, the Shorebirds, and the Bay Sox, who I know that Delegate Valentino Smith has been waiting on. So let's start with Jack Graham from the Ironbirds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegates, for your time in considering House Bill 897. I am Jack Graham, General Manager for the Aberdeen Ironbirds, Advanced A affiliate of the Orioles. As Mr. Kelso mentioned, our facility is aging, and Major League Baseball recently imposed new facility requirements on minor league ballparks after eliminating 43 teams from the minor leagues whose facilities or geographic locations were not to their standard, including Hagerstown and Frederick. The Ironbirds were fortunate to have survived this cut, but we are now asking for the state's assistance in providing the resources that Aberdeen and other minor league facilities around Maryland need to bring our ballparks up to modern standards. During a recent assessment contracted by the City of Aberdeen by Ewing Cole, the third-party engineering firm preferred by Major League Baseball, millions of dollars of necessary improvements were specified for our facility to meet current MLB minimum requirements. Clubhouse capacity and amenities, player development spaces like indoor batting cages with modern technological capacity, training rooms for medical attention, state-of-the-art video analysis rooms, and other features are all shortcomings at Ripken Stadium, not to even begin assessing fan experience amenities. Without this consideration and these improvements, the Ironbirds may not be able to continue having a minor league baseball team along with our municipal partner, the City of Aberdeen, or providing the kind of public asset that Aberdeen and Harford County have come to know and appreciate in the form of not only minor league baseball and the enjoyment, tax revenue, and employment it brings, but also a location for community gathering and resources. In the last 2 very difficult years, Ripken Stadium has acted as a COVID-19 testing site, as well as vaccine distribution site, an outdoor community movie theater, the site of multiple Red Cross blood drives, fundraisers from Hartford Family House, the Alzheimer's Association, Havre de Grace Colored School Museum and Cultural Center, the Aberdeen Epicenter, the Aberdeen Chamber of Commerce, as well as a gathering site for public and private events, such as home shows, weddings, business meetings, youth baseball, and more.
Okay.
For these reasons, any funding toward fan or community experiences would also be valuable for the improvement of these facilities as public assets.
Thank you. Thank you. We now have Chris Bitters, the Shorebirds. 2 minutes as a reminder.
You got it. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for the time today. I appreciate it. I know Jack handled a lot of the things that I was going to say as well, so we'll skip to that part. But the Shorebirds have been proud to call Wycomico County and Arthur W. Purdue Stadium home for the last 26 years. We're the single A affiliate for the Baltimore Orioles for the last 25 years. I think it's important to note, and it's mentioned on the prior bill as well as our support for House Bill 897, is that the Shorebirds is a community center here at Arthur Purdue Stadium. You know, for 18 months, we were shut down due to the COVID pandemic. Our immediate thought was, how do we make the community feel normal again? Drive-in fireworks shows, socially distant movie nights, assisting our high schools with socially distant graduations, hosting Warwick Community College, our local community college graduations, to maintain social distance and be able to allow those children to walk and feel proud of their accomplishments. We also are a community center in regards to both the State Highway Administration as well as Delmarva Power. During the recent snowstorms, we were an activation site for both those parties to be able to handle the storms that hit the Eastern Shore of Maryland. We're also on a year-round basis a training center for the Warwick Community College. We call it truck driver training, but for members of the community to get their CDL license. We also host, as Jack mentioned, numerous youth sporting events, drive-through flu clinics. We're a drive-through COVID testing site. We're currently today hosting Wycomico County Sheriff's Department doing a motorcycle training in our parking lot. So our stadiums, while we play 60 to 70 professional baseball games a year, we're a year-round asset for our folks here in Wycomico County, and we fully support House Bill 897 and hope you all will as well. So thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
You were muted, Madam Chair.
And now the Bay Sox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try not to repeat my two predecessors and two peers, but the Bowie Bay Sox, and my name is Brian Shawcross. I am the general manager here at the Bowie Bay Sox. Bowie Bay Sox were founded in 1993. Interesting fact, our first season was at Memorial Stadium. We were the last professional baseball team to play in Memorial Stadium. But the state of Maryland provided funds to build Prince George's County Stadium right here in Bowie, Maryland, in 1994. The return on that investment, and I know we're talking about economic impact, the return on that investment of that investment from the state was multiplied many, many, many times over in 1990 from the investment in 1994, not only through tax revenues and other financial benefits to our community and state, but of course measured by smiles and memories of all the people that have been through this ballpark. After almost 30 years of entertainment and service to the community, we, the Bay Sox, and of course minor league baseball industry is at a crossroad, an important crossroad in our history. As you know, and as Chris and Jack have mentioned, certainly we suffered more than almost any other industry during the pandemic, including losing an entire season. But similar to the other gentleman that just spoke, we utilized this ballpark as a community center, and we did obviously activities and things like Jack and Chris have mentioned to make our asset a asset to our community. So we certainly appreciate and we stand fully in support of Bill 897. And we believe that this bill will ensure our viability moving forward. We've been a viable organization for over 28 years now in the Prince George's County, but we believe this bill will ensure our viability moving forward. Along with our local municipal partner, Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, we've developed a plan to keep minor league baseball in our county, in our state, for the foreseeable future. Funds contemplated by this bill will accomplish the following. One, we want to meet Major League Baseball facility standards, which we are woefully inadequate. Two, we want to implement the Baltimore Orioles strategic player development vision. So they have a specific vision that we want to play our part from a facility standpoint. We also want to develop our stadium and site to serve as a year-round entertainment destination.
Can you summarize now?
Yep, we certainly stand in support, and we stand by to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. All right, we now have the Blue Crabs from Southern Maryland.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, committee members, and delegates. My name is John Lavoie. I'm one of the principal owners of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. As you all may know, we play in Charles County, Maryland, but we are the professional minor league baseball team in the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball, which is an MLB partner league, and draw our fans from Charles, St. Mary's, and Calvert County. So like Chris, Jack, and Brian have said before me, we really pride ourselves on being the family room of Southern Maryland. We want people to come out, not only to our 70 home games, but to over 200 non-baseball events that we have throughout the year. Ours is the only ballpark in the state of Maryland built in 2008 that has not seen any reinvestment of state funds since it's been built in the 13 years. It's a ballpark owned by Charles County, and our baseball team is the primary tenant in that ballpark. So we're very much in favor of these similarly needed improvements. We all need to keep both up and ahead of trends and keeping that fan experience so vital and close to our hearts, but also utilizing our facilities for a lot of other entertainment, non-baseball events. Similarly, we host all 7 high school graduations in Charles County at our ballpark. So we're very much in favor of House Bill 897 and are available to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move to our local government officials who are here. A reminder, 2 minutes, please. The Mayor of Ocean City, Richard Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. The town of Ocean City is in support of House Bill 897. Ocean City and Worcester County have a long-term goal to extend our summer season by offering more year-round activities. We believe sporting events, especially amateur sporting events, are an excellent way to accomplish this goal. We have already seen with great success the economic benefit that soccer tournaments, lacrosse tournaments, softball, basketball, wrestling, and volleyball tournaments bring to our area. However, at this time, we've outgrown our capacity for expanding these current events or adding additional events. These events attract teams not just from Maryland, but from throughout the Mid-Atlantic area. We already have the infrastructure in place in the way of hotel rooms, restaurants, and amenities to support a first-class sports complex. Ocean City and Worcester County are partnering together to build a premier indoor and outdoor athletic complex just outside of our city limits. An initial impact study conducted by the Maryland Stadium Authority concluded that such a complex would generate positive incremental tax benefits to the state of Maryland. Our successful partnership with the state on the Ocean City Convention Center is a perfect example of how we've been able to implement the strategy of extending our season and providing strong economic benefits to the state and local economy. House Bill 897, as amended, would help us take the next step in making this complex a reality and making Ocean City and the state of Maryland the #1 amateur sports destination on the East Coast. We can do this together. We respectfully request your support for House Bill 897. Thank you
so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam.
Steve Miller, Wycomico County.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Steve Miller. I'm speaking on behalf of the Wycomico County executive who could not be here today. As a county, we are a proud owner of Arthur W. Purdue Stadium. Chris Bitters is our GM for the Shorebirds, the minor league single A affiliate for the Baltimore Orioles. I won't repeat everything that's been said, but having the minor league stadium and the Orioles affiliate in our community does 2 things. One, it's a tremendous economic impact to our region, and we draw from all over the lower shore. And secondly, it's a wonderful quality of life asset for our residents and from people in our community. It's an affordable option for people to enjoy minor league baseball and all the other activities that happen at the stadium. So we believe HB 897 would provide opportunities for communities like ours to retain our relationship with the Shorebirds and with the Baltimore Orioles. We want to see these activities remain in communities such as ours and also in the state of Maryland. So we enthusiastically support House Bill 897, and thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Now we have from Cecil County, Danielle Hornberger. Now that's a very familiar name here in the House.
And I apologize for that, Madam Chair.
That's all right. You don't need to apologize for him.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. I'm Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before this committee. I'm here today to speak in favor of House Bill 897, the Sports Entertainment Facilities Act of 2022. The Maryland Stadium Authority has been very supportive of Cecil County and the Maryland 5-Star at Bear Hill. one of only 7 of its kind worldwide, and the only other like it in the United States, located in Kentucky, a huge economic driver and revenue stream for its state. We're excited and proud of this event and the Fair Hill Complex, and we look for it to be a premier location, not only for the sport of eventing, but really all things equestrian related and more during other times of the year. DNR has recently acquired the Fair Hill Inn property located adjacent to Fair Hill. This is one of the areas that we could see utilizing these funds in order to bolster this event and the Fair Hill property to continue to support our rich equestrian heritage here in Maryland, with an outlook of bringing up to 80,000 visitors to the yearly event of the Maryland 5-Star alone. With a great economic impact for years to come to Cecil County, Maryland, and to the state in general, as competitors from around the globe have to travel to and stay in our area for at least 5 days, but up to at minimum 10 days if traveling internationally. Again, a great boon for our economy and really putting Maryland on the map to folks like sponsors like Mrs. Mars from Mars Candy, Land Rover, and the Queen of England herself, as her granddaughter was one of our very first competitors in the inaugural event that netted 20,000 visitors in its first year. Additionally, if sports tourism were included in this bill, Cecil County's very own Calvert Regional Park could benefit, a great success in our community already, and what can only build upon our year-round sports tourism in Cecil County. Thank you again, and I support this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don Fry.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Don Fry, President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Committee. Greater Baltimore Committee supports House Bill 897 that authorizes the Maryland Stadium Authority to issue up to $200 million in bonds for sports entertainment facilities as defined in the bill. We have also submitted written testimony as well. As you heard from Chairman Kelso and many others who have testified, there are many existing and future facilities across the state that could benefit from the Maryland Stadium Authority, financial assistance, and construction management. Under the legislation, Maryland Stadium Authority would be authorized to finance and manage such projects after a written request is received from the county in which the sports entertainment facility is located or will be located. And then after receiving final approval from the Board of Public Works, Stadium Authority and the hosting county would enter into a written agreement regarding the source and method of funding, as well as the manner in which the facility is operated to maximize its economic return and that it maintains in top condition. Greater Baltimore Committee supports this legislation to provide for investment facilities across the state of Maryland and bring expertise from the Maryland Stadium Authority in the areas of financing and construction management. It's important to note again that this passage of this legislation does not provide the Stadium Authority with unbridled authority. Projects that the Stadium Authority may choose to pursue would need to be reviewed by the General Assembly's fiscal committees and approved by the Board of Public Works, ensuring thorough oversight of the decision. The Maryland Stadium Authority has exemplary record of successful construction projects on stadiums, schools, conference centers, and performing arts facilities, among others. It consistently delivers projects quickly and within budget, creating a permanent financing fund through the Stadium Authority to assist counties who want to renovate or develop sports entertainment facilities or attract events will generate economic activity throughout the state, increase local and state tax revenues, benefit the communities in which those facilities are located, and provide financial and construction management expertise on those projects. For these reasons, the Greater Baltimore Committee urges the committee give a favorable report to House Bill 897.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Thomasina Coates.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Thomasina Coates. I am the Charles County Commissioner representing my community in strong support of HB 897. I stand in solidarity with all of my Charles County, Southern Maryland, Prince George's residents, strongly echoing loud and clear, and this is a quote, We need a sports and entertainment venue for our children and families, not strip clubs and more liquor stores, end quote. HB 897 would provide that much needed infrastructure and economic boost to sports and entertainment venues in Southern Maryland, as well as quality of life boost for our community as a whole. With Charles County having the second highest population growth in the state of Maryland over the last 10 years, it's critical that our sports and entertainment infrastructure build out matches our population expansion. The funds established by HB 897 would allow Charles County to expand that sports facilities to serve not just Charles County residents, but also our Southern Maryland residents, including Prince George's County. And in short, for these reasons, we stand in support of HB 897 and ask for your support as well. Thank you. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Good. Good.
I thought you'd like that one.
I do like that one. I used to ask for me toos all the time. I don't get them anymore on appropriation. We have another person signed up, and I am going to actually be a hatchet to your name. So it's the first name D-A-W-U-D, last name A-D-U-R-R-A-H-M-A-N. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
And how do you pronounce that name?
Dawood Abdur-Rahman.
Nice to meet you, Dawood.
Nice meeting you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair, and all committee members. My name is Dawood Abdur-Rahman, and I'm here as a over 20-year resident of Bryans Road, Maryland, in Charles County, and I'm also one of the leaders of the Bryans Road Business Association. I'm one of the goals of this bill will support is to establish in Charles County a multi-use facility that could be used for sports, shows, community events, and community events. Such facilities would be made up of both indoor and outdoor areas to ensure year-round use. We also have a need for facilities to be used by people of all ages, such as youth and senior sports events and all demographics. The funds proposed by HB 897 will provide the infrastructure that Charles County needs. In addition, at the community level, and we in Bryans Road, the Bryans Road Business Association is in the process of establishing a scholarship fund as a part of our support and partnership with the Charles County Public Schools in anticipation of development of facilities there. And we're interested in discussions with bringing the Boys and Girls Club to the area. The Boys and Girls Club has robust after school and academic programs that include STEM, coding, and college prep. So we think these funds and the partnerships that we're pursuing are very consistent, and therefore we support HB 897. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes the bill hearing.
Madam Chair, may I make one note?
Yes.
The Ironbirds would support an amendment to change the language of the bill to not only be stadiums owned by counties, but also cities. Our stadium is owned by the city of Aberdeen. I don't know if that's relevant or important, but we did want to mention it.
Duly noted. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And we're now going to move.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, members of the committee. We really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. We're now going to move to House Bill 893, and I'll have the Vice Chair take over.
House Bill 893, Calvert County Delegation, Calvert Bond request.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Mark Fisher, reading on behalf HB 893. It's a Calvert County bond request. The bill authorizes the Calvert County Commissioners to issue up to $13.2 million in bonds. We amended the bill. It's now $28,183,000. The entire Calvert County delegation agrees. All of the county commissioners agree, and the Calvert County senators agree. Everybody agrees.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have joining us favorable with amendment testimony, Veronica Atkinson with Calvert County Finance and Budget. It's Veronica Atkinson. Okay, well, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 893. We'll now move on to House Bill 739, Charles County Delegation Work Group to study the fiscal and operational viability of public-private partnerships of Charles County Public Schools. Delegate, we have to General League Delegate Proctor presenting on behalf of the delegation. Delegate Proctor.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Susie Parker, District 27A, and it's my
Delegate Proctor.
Delegate Chang, her screen went blank. We may have lost her.
Okay, we'll come back to this bill. We'll give her some time. We're going to move on to House Bill 1240, which is Delegate Jacobs, Education Low Density Calculation Mandated Funding. Delegate Jacobs.
Delegate Jacobs has not entered the waiting room yet.
Okay. How about Delegate Rose? All right, Delegate Beitzel.
I am here.
Okay. Let's do House Bill 1249. Delegate Beitzel.
Okay.
Libraries Capital Project State Share Adjustments. Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, I guess, Mr. Chair at this point. Yeah, for the record, I am Delegate Wendell Beitzel, and I am here to present House Bill 1249. Members of the committee and Vice Chair Chang, this is a fairly simple bill that was requested by the Ruth Enlow Library in Garrett County. Ruth Enlow Library in Garrett County oversees all the library operations of Garrett County, except for the schools. It makes it so that the counties in the bottom quartile of household income can use the library capital project funding formula of neighboring counties. As of right now, Garrett County has a 50% local, 50% state share in any library improvement or projects or new libraries. This bill would allow it to use the Allegheny County formula, which is a 10% local and a 90% share, which is the same as we now have in the Garrett County school system. This would be a major asset to the county library system, which is hoping to expand services and build new facilities. And we haven't built a new facility for as long as I can remember anything, and that's some time ago. Garrett County is currently the only jurisdiction that would see a formula change under the law, but it would be properly set up for the benefit of other counties if they become eligible in the future. This will not increase any capital spending because the mandated appropriation for library capital project is still set at $7.5 million. This is a subtle change, but one that will improve equity for library systems across the state and especially Garrett County. You will find letters of support from the Ruth Enlow Library System in Garrett County, as well as letters from the state librarian and library systems in your districts. This formula adjustment has wide support from the library community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge a favorable report. I would ask for you to call upon Thomas Vose, the Garrett County librarian.
Thank you very much, Delegate Beitzel, for presenting the bill. We have Mr. Thomas Vose with the Ruth Enlow Library of Garrett County. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Delegate Beitzel. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time and attention to HB 1249. This is critical to the future of library construction in Garrett County. Now, the Ruth Enlow Library has 5 facilities, and they average out at 58 years old. Technology and library needs has, as I'm sure you appreciate, advanced in that time. But the cost of solutions, which involve renovation as well as new construction, that puts them out of reach for our rural communities. Now, while the Maryland State Library has an extremely valuable capital grant program, historically, Garrett County's been unable to participate because our match rate's set at 50-50 due to the perceived wealth of the county, which is skewed by the presence of expensive vacation homes around Deep Creek Lake. Now, the actual economic state of the county for its residents is very different from the picture that these houses paint, because median household income remains in the bottom quartile of the state. With the county's funds heavily tied up in education and with small towns that we serve unable to produce the funds that are needed for even a 50-50 match toward new construction, our libraries had to make do for decades. So this is the situation that the General Assembly identified and solved last year with school construction and the Built to Learn Act of 2020. Now that enabled Garrett County to use the match rate of neighboring Allegheny County for capital projects. HB 1249 would just take that language from that bill and apply it to library construction as well. You know, after all, two match rates for the same county wouldn't make much sense. If passed, the Friendsville Library would be the first to benefit. Friendsville is the gateway to Maryland from the west. It's the first impression of the state, and it has a building that was put up as a temporary classroom in 1970. It's woefully out of date and has inadequate wiring from the period that's been jury-rigged to work with 21st century technology. It's not ADA compliant, it's uninsulated in Garrett County winters, and it has no meeting space for community events. Now, the town of Friendsville, they've bent over backwards to help us make a new building happen, but without your support today, it'll remain out of reach. So I respectfully request your support of HB 1249, and Friendsville, as well as the other communities in Garrett County, will thank you for it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rhodes. Are there any questions for Delegate Bites or Mr. Rhodes on this bill? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1249. We'll move back up to House Bill 739. Delegate Proctor.
Thank you very much. I got kicked off and I go to another computer. Again, House Bill 739 seeks legislation to establish a work study group for the viability of the public-private partnership for Charles County Public Schools. This bill has the backing of the commissioners and all of the elected officials in Charles County. It is known as one of the fastest growing counties in the state. Charles County currently is being met with challenges as it relates to properly planning and funding school construction. We believe that an innovative approach is what's needed to address aging and overcrowded facilities. I thank you. I respectfully request a favorable committee report for HB 739, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Delegate Proctor, for presenting the bill. Also joining her today is Reuben Collins from Charles County Government. If Reuben Collins would like to provide testimony. Okay, are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Okay, thank you. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 739. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1240. Delegate Jacobs, Education Low Density Calculation Mandated Funding. Delegate Jacobs.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, hopefully I have a part of my panel, Shelley Heller from Kent County. She was in the waiting room. Hopefully she's on the line now. She's a very important part of this bill here. And she sent me a text. She was still in the waiting room.
Yeah, she should have been let in.
Okay, great. Delegate Jacobs, if you could please proceed, and then we'll get to your witness.
Okay, thank you. So this bill be presented by me, Delegate Grace, and Shelley Heller from the county. To the Vice Chair and the committee, I'm here to present House Bill 1240, a low density calculation funding bill for the Kerwin or the Blueprint for Maryland program that is before us. And we had several meetings with Rachel and with the county commissioners and delegation. And at one point, Chairman McIntosh met with us over in Kent County to discuss some of the disparity issues with Kent County and the implementation of Blueprint. We tried to talk about the formula, and then that point was really not a viable one to pursue. So we really tried to look at it from a different way, and what may work for us in Kent County or smaller, less dense counties, and sort of the same small college formula grants that are out there, kind of the sort of the blueprint that we use. So this bill before you establishes a state aid program for county governments based on low population density beginning in fiscal year 2024. And the state funding is provided to jurisdictions with a county population density of less than 100 and 100 individuals per square mile, and a public school full-time equivalent enrollment of less than 2,000 students, which really makes it kind of unique to just Kent at this point. According to the fiscal note, Kent County is one of 5 jurisdictions that the Department of Legislative Services indicates will face significant stress in future years to meet the local funding requirements under the blueprint for Maryland's future. The report also indicates that Kent County will experience a significant gap between the required increase in local education funding under the blueprint legislation and the projected growth in local revenues. Also, the gap between projected annual revenue growth and the required increase in education funding makes this the third highest gap among all local jurisdictions. So it's very concerning to the residents there of what the impact will be moving forward with the implementation of this. And I gotta say, I worked with Michelle that drafted the legislation, and I think she did a great job, wonderful job. Which really is the formula is the enrollment times per pupil amount times the square miles in the county. That is really what's behind the formula, which addresses, you know, roughly half, I guess, of what the cost is to the county. You know, if you look at the median income in Kent County, it's really not keeping pace with where they think the wealth formula really is. And that's always been our argument is there's some wealthy people that own a lot of waterfront property, but there's really no middle class over there. It's just, you know, the folks that live in the county, it's the median income is a much lower number, but we are fortunate in one way to have as much waterfront real estate where under these circumstances, you know, the real estate taxes are pretty significant, but over a 10, 12-year period of time, there's no guarantee that that assessment would stay up there. But yet this formula that we're faced with is going to continue to ask more and more revenue to be put in it. So I'm going to leave it at that and turn it over to my colleague, Delegate Grace, who's a co-sponsor of the bill that's on your committee, and also Shelley Heller, the administrator of Kent County, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Thank you very much, Delegate Jacobs, for presenting the bill. Ms. Shelley Heller with Kent County.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure, Delegate Rice.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. Actually, we are both as primary sponsors of this bill, and I just wanted to remind, I don't know if anyone, at least in the subcommittee or maybe in the full committee, when we were going through the Kerwin process, we were talking about Kent County and also other counties like Talbot and Worcester County being very unique, and that it was going to be almost an untenable situation for them to be able to fund the local portion of Kerwin. But Kent County is even more unique than Talbot and also Worcester County, where there's a lot of wealth in those two counties, but they don't have nearly the poverty that Kent County has. They also don't have the lack of population density that they have either as well. So what we were doing is we were trying to, when we were developing the Kerwin formula, we're trying to find out how we can give some relief to Kent County, but there was no practical way to do that without affecting other counties throughout the rest of the state. And that certainly wasn't our intent. We didn't want to put any of the other counties in a bad situation either. So we were working with Rachel over the last couple of years, along with Michelle and our committee chair as well. And this really is the best solution that we could come up with. It's outside of the Kerwin funding formula. And it's all it is a grant to Kent County. I mean, it could be other counties could also, I guess, qualify, but I think with the density that we have, the way the bill's written, only Kent County would qualify just because of that density. And if you look at it too on the margin, it is more expensive in a very sparsely populated county, mainly because of transportation and other factors. If you look at it on the margin per pupil, it's actually more expensive to run a school system in a very sparsely populated county. But Shelley will, she can give you the statistics as far as how it's going to be difficult for Kent, mainly because of their tax effort already. They really don't have an opportunity to raise taxes. And then she'll give you some of the demographics in Kent. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Delegate Rice. Ms. Heller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, excuse me. Delegate Grice and Delegate Jacobs both said it very well. Kent County is in a unique situation when it comes to these increases. As we all know, that economies of scale it's a real thing. It's the average cost per unit of output. And in this case, we're talking about students. It always decreases as the costs are spread out over more units. There are four, without burying you in numbers, this bill really kind of levels the playing field. For Kent County, we're not asking for repairs on a stadium, but it is leveling the playing field. And there are four primary statistics that I think kind of put it into perspective how there's no linear correlation here. Number one, Kent County already pays fourth highest per pupil funding in the state. So we are at the top of the per pupil funding already. Kent County's tax rate is already in the top third of the state percentage-wise. The average household median income is 32% lower than the state average. And yet the projections for the blueprint will have Kent County having the second largest increase per pupil, and that's at a 60% increase. So that increase is going to have to be basically spread upon a population that cannot afford it with very high low median income rates. So thank you for your consideration of House Bill 1240. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Teller. Delegate Beitzel. Delegate Beitzel, please unmute yourself.
I got you. All right. Mr. Chairman, if you may, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Delegate Jacobs for his award that he received this morning, the Charles Mack Mathias Award as a minority legislator for the whole 4-year term. So congratulations, Delegate Jacobs.
Congratulations, Delegate Jacobs. Thank you very much, Delegate Beitzel. Delegate Grice.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I also want to congratulate my colleague as well. And for the rest of the committee, obviously I wasn't qualified to win that award. So please don't hold my testimony against me. So anyhow, seriously, it's, he's certainly very well deserved. And the same with Madam Chair. Obviously, she had to leave the hearing, but congratulations to her as well.
Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor or Ms. Heller on this bill? On behalf of Appropriations Committee Chairwoman Maggie McIntosh and the entire Appropriations Committee, congratulations, Delegate Jacobs, on your award today. And we will next move on to the bill, House Bill 1365.
Thank
Delegate
you.
Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Primary and secondary education full-time equivalent enrollment count alterations.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and my congratulations as well to your colleagues to the great Appropriations Committee. I think this might be my first bill here ever. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1365. For the record, Delegate April Rose from District 5 in Carroll County. This bill alters the definition of the full-time equivalent enrollment that is used to calculate state education aid and local government education funding requirements. Instead of counting the student population one time per year on September 30th, this bill would require a student enrollment count to be held in September, December, March, and the last day of school. The goal of this bill is to ensure that there is an accurate count of students completing a full school year so that the funding per pupil is correct. Recent news investigations brought to light last year that tens of millions of dollars were spent to educate students statewide, even though they were actually not in school. According to Project Baltimore's analysis of state data, they found that in 2019, pre-COVID, there were over 6,000 students labeled whereabouts unknown. That year, taxpayers paid over $92 million for students that could not be found. Comptroller Francho told Project Baltimore in December that it is, quote, unacceptable for taxpayers' money to go for students that are knowingly not in the school system. In addition to fixing the policy issue of taxpayer money being spent properly, we must also do a better job at finding out why these children are not in school. To me, education of our children is a bipartisan issue. We must get this right for our kids and for our taxpayers. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I request a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate Rose. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for Delegate Rose? Seeing none, that ends bill hearing for House Bill 1365. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1026, Delegate Valentina Smith, Human Services Two-Generation Family Economic Security Commission memberships and compensation. Delegate Valentina Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For purposes of the committee, you may or may not be aware that there's a two-generation Family Economic Security Commission. The governor started it by executive order in 2017, and we, the General Assembly, put it into statute with its membership in 2020. And the good Delegate Metzger and I are both commissioners on this very important commission. The commission works pretty intently with a vast group of commissioners to investigate policy challenges, opportunities, and recommendations regarding the mitigation of multi-generational poverty. So really, the second gen theory is something that a lot of states undertook. We started in 2017, and to try to figure out the different policies we can do to break that generation so that the generations of poverty don't continue. So we look at services and policies within current state programs. We identify service gaps and inconsistencies. We solicit information and guidance from a lot of different sources addressing multi-generational poverty. And our list of things goes on and on. You can see in the fiscal note what we do. But what's most important is this summer, we reviewed what other states were doing with their second generation poverty commissions. And we saw a lot of different approaches, but one that interested several of us and the commission were that other states have added a member with actual lived experience to be one of their commissioners. You can imagine that's much different than just us taking testimony from somebody with lived experience to actually make somebody with lived experience a commissioner so that they're available during all of the workings of the commission and not just testifying at any point in time, almost like being a member of the Appropriations Committee versus just coming to testify before the Appropriations Committee. So what this bill does is it adds a member to the commission that has lived experience. And for this one particular member, it provides the opportunity for a stipend to be created by the secretary and the commission. I checked with the AG's office ahead of time. It's certainly something we are allowed to do for commission members. And there's no opposition. There's no fiscal note. You'll see great testimony from one of the other commissioners, Gloria Brown from Prince George's County. And I think that in order for the commission to continue its good work, to give you, the legislative body, important recommendations on how to break poverty, that we pass this bill and add this new commissioner who would have had actual lived experience in poverty. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Valentina Smith. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? To the bill sponsor, did you say that there's someone here to testify for this bill?
Gloria Brown from Prince George's County was signed up and submitted testimony. I'm not sure if she's in the waiting room.
Is there Gloria Brown here to testify?
I do not see her in the waiting room.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other questions for the bill sponsor on House Bill 1026? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1026. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1029, Delegate Valentina Smith, Maryland Higher Education Commission Access to Mental Health Advisory Committee Establishment. Delegate Valentina Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So members of the committee, the last couple of years, we have entertained but not brought to fruition the idea of a task force on accessing mental health in institutions of higher ed. Rather than continue to kind of go down reviewing the avenue of a task force, what House Bill 1029 does is call for the establishment of an Access to Mental Health Advisory Committee within the Maryland Higher Education Committee to study the policies and procedures regarding access to mental health services for students on our Maryland campuses. And the committee would examine the challenges in meeting the demand, review best practices for access and delivery of mental health services to our students. MHIC is the agency that's responsible for establishing statewide policies for Maryland public and private institutions and our for-profit career schools. And currently, MHAC already has 4 advisory councils for the purpose of concentrating on particular areas of interest. MHIC, in their testimony that you have before you, described that they've already been trying to review this important issue over the past 2 years with respect to COVID and its impact on students' mental health. So their testimony, they state that they envision that this proposed Access to Mental Health Advisory Committee can be convened to meet the objectives stated in the legislation. I was most struck, as most of you were that were in 2018, Chancellor Corrett for the University of Maryland system came before us, and he testified that mental health and the inability to access mental health was one of the top 3 reasons that students leave higher ed and do not complete their degree. In response to that, we as the Appropriations Committee issued budget language asking for a huge JCR report on this issue. And we received that report in 2019. And it showed us that there are a lot of complex issues and that this problem or epidemic has been festering on our institutions of higher ed with an increasing demand that's putting significant strain on the resources. And there are unclear avenues on how to meet the demand. So he confirmed, though, and the JCR confirmed that its effect on students to stay in school is significant. So with that, I think the sad part is that the CDC has just said that the national rate for suicide for those ages 10 to 24 has increased 60% from 2007 to 2018. And our Maryland rate for that 20+ year is hovering at around 22%. In December, this past December, the New York Times showed that the United States Surgeon General has warned a national advisory that young people are facing devastating mental health effects as a result of the challenges experienced by their generation and now overlying with the coronavirus pandemic. And in October of 2021, just before that, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued a national emergency in youth mental health. So each of our campuses are different, the 4-year, the 2-year, and the private institutions. They have different needs, different demands, and different resources. But the idea is now to convene them all with membership, people of expertise from the campuses, practitioners, and mental health advisors, students. You'll see the full array of membership, and bring them together to really understand what we're dealing with and what recommendations should or shouldn't be made. We, as you know, as the Appropriations Committee, spend a good deal of our money investing in the capital infrastructure of our universities, in our operating budgets, and most recently, even more in the scholarships that we give needy to try and achieve higher education. And we're not going to achieve the maximum fruits from our investment unless we begin to investigate this epidemic of behavioral mental health and the need for services on our campuses. It's not the responsibility, nor is the advisory committee designed to say it's the responsibility of the universities to actually be providing all this care, but it's the responsibility now for them to come together collectively under the auspices of the Higher Ed Commission to meet 3 times a year and to really start to collectively make some evaluations. It's time for us in Maryland to take the lead in this public crisis for young people. They're our future. They deserve our collective will in doing whatever we can to prevent the tragic outcomes of lack of access to mental health care. I've met with the university. I really want to thank the University of Maryland system has met with me. Community colleges have met with me. The private institutions of higher ed have met. I have amendments to submit to the committee incorporating the suggestions of USM for the membership of this advisory committee. I also want to recognize that Congressman Jamie Raskin has submitted a letter of support on this very important issue of making sure our students and institutions of higher ed we start to understand what their needs are and what is or is not our responsibility. There are a lot of students that signed up to testify. I've been working with a lot of the student governments at the colleges, and they're the ones, after the 2 task force bills have not made it through, that have compelled the need for us to try now a new approach with the development of an advisory council because they see it as such an important issue for them and for future students. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope the students are still here and hanging in with us. And I'd ask the committee to really this year, let's adopt and tell the Maryland Higher Ed Commission to put together an advisory council so that each year they can give us recommendations and a status report on this important epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Valentino Smith. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Delegate Henson.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Delegate Valentino Smith, for bringing the bill and all the students that are signed up to testify. I had a bill before our committee that would deal with the tuition reimbursement and withdrawal policies for our universities. And I was surprised to find that when defining a medical or an injury, when defining a exceptional circumstance that would allow a student to withdraw, each of our universities had their own policies that had some overlap, but mental health being elevated to the level of acceptance of a physical injury was something that it seemed that we had a great deal to go in terms of our policies. Would a commission like this be able to advise on matters such as the ones that I just mentioned?
Yes, and thank you, Delegate Henson. That was a significant part two of what brought this bill together since we started looking at it in 2019, which is that each of the campuses finds this issue to be overwhelming right now and to have insufficient resources to collectively start to prioritize it, define it, and see how it plays into their current policies. So that's why bringing them all together in a room to discuss this and meet 3 times a year and to not just be a task force that starts and ends, but to come back each year. And we can then also ask them to be looking at things, I think is very important to the issue you just raised.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions for bill sponsor at this time? This afternoon, we have several witnesses who are providing testimony. To all the witnesses, as a reminder, 2-minute testimonies. First, we have Margot Quinlan with the Mental Health Association of Maryland.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Chang and Delegate Valentino Smith for your leadership on this issue. My name is Margot Quinlan with the Mental Health Association. We are in strong support of this bill, as was mentioned, especially in light of the pandemic and the impact that it's had on our college students. Just want to highlight a few statistics. So a recent study on the mental health of college students in the United States showed that almost 40% report major or moderate depression, 35% report anxiety disorder, 23% experienced non-suicidal self-injury in the last year, and almost 15% had experienced suicidal ideation in the past year. And despite these really high numbers, only about 50% of students with depression or anxiety received mental health therapy or medications. Again, as was mentioned, the pandemic has really had a huge impact on our students and on their behavioral health. A recent study that was conducted sort of during and after the pandemic, whatever after the pandemic looks like, but sort of in this moment that we're in, showed that nearly 75% of high school and college students report worsened mental health since the beginning of the pandemic, with increases in stress, anxiety, and depression. All that said, supports in the higher education setting really can help address these increased challenges. And so a lot of students who have been polled with these recent mental health statistics report that a majority of them, almost 70%, had received information regarding mental health from their institution. And over 70% reported that they knew where to seek these professional mental health services. So as the delegate mentioned, our universities are faced with an increased need without increased resources. And so really this bill provides a strong opportunity to bring those folks together, to bring the experts together, and to start working collaboratively to address what we see as a real crisis. In this current moment, suicide is among the 3rd leading cause of death for young adults. And so we see this as an urgent need and really appreciate this bill and would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Carolyn Thorne with the University of Maryland College Park Student Government Association.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Valentino Smith, and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Thorne, and I'm a member of the Student Government Association at the University of Maryland College Park, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 1029. So over the last decade, counseling centers across the nation have experienced a consistent increase in the demand for mental health services. These numbers have only increased with the pandemic. Looking at UMD and College Park, between 2016 and 2019, our counseling center saw a 26% increase in students seeking mental health services. As our services stand, there is not enough support to meet the demand of students' needs. Speaking as a student who struggles with mental health, booking a counseling appointment, even to just get a referral to an outside resource, is extremely difficult. I was told due to high demand, appointments are released in batches every 2 weeks, and I was instructed to wake up at 8 a.m. and call the counseling center line again and again until they pick up, even if it doesn't go through. Unfortunately, I did not get an appointment, as you may surmise. Though I was able to locate outside resources, not every student can do this given their struggles. And the system as it stands is a barrier to students seeking help, especially students who are facing the impacts of mental health problems. Establishing this advisory council as described in the bill would be an essential step in lowering these barriers to access. This bill allows for recommendations that would outfit our mental health services with the resources necessary to help students across the state of Maryland. This is essential, especially following the 2 years of collective trauma students have faced throughout the pandemic. The last thing I'd like to say is that mental health is just as important as physical health. At a university, students are far away from their parents, their homes, and their usual support systems. This bill is a necessity, in my opinion, because it acknowledges that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for each institution, and it provides personalized recommendations. Supporting mental health resources is really a return on investment for the state of Maryland, and it ensures that every student can attend university in the best way that they can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony from Lily Max Cook, Student Government Association, University of Maryland.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lily Max Cook, and I currently serve as the Director of Government Affairs within the University of Maryland Student Government Association, and we are in favor of House Bill 1029. Mental health is a crucial part of overall physical well-being among students as well. It is no secret that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the mental health crisis across the nation, and this is even more true for those students who enter college or university with pre-existing difficult circumstances, in addition to the financial stressors that come with higher education. Mental health access is a key component of a student's experience at a higher education institution. Just as a student may fall ill on campus, they have their university health center to go to for a quick checkup, medications, and any other assistance. This should undoubtedly include mental health services. The uncertainty of if or when those services may be needed require effective and consistent care access on behalf of the university. Mental health care requires not only easy accessibility, but culturally competent professionals who are able to assist a diverse student body. From an administrative lens, in order to provide the best care to students, continuous reporting, oversight, and accountability measures must be in place to readily adapt to changing circumstances. For these reasons, House Bill 1029 solves those gaps and implements a longstanding advisory committee to identify the best models, examine challenges, and make evidence-based recommendations to USM institutions. This bill addresses key concerns in mental health care. A continuous longstanding model is the only way to effectively introduce the best solutions to students in need. I cannot stress enough the importance of a longstanding committee, one that has the resources and capabilities to consult with the individual needs of each USM institution, tailoring methods and recommendations to those needs. USM institutions are diverse in their makeup of students, size, and location. Yet they are similar in that mental health crises do not discriminate, and they can affect any student at any point in time. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on behalf of the University of Maryland, and we strongly urge a favorable vote for House Bill 1029.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have listed for unfavorable testimony, Mickey Lee.
We have not seen that person enter the waiting room.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor or the witnesses at this time? Seeing none, that ends.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Delegate Valentina Smith.
Just to let the committee know, we believe that there was some confusion on the sign up of the bill and that the people that you see signed up in favorable, as we checked, it was maybe intended for another bill. And that's why, but anyway, I just want to let you know there's no written testimony. I don't know what happened there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1029. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1101. On behalf of Delegate Fellmark, we have Ms. Katie Mettle, who's testifying on behalf of Delegate Fellmark for House Bill 1101, Community Colleges and Private Nonprofit Institutions of Higher Education Funding. Ms. Mettle, thank you for being here. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, I am Katie Mettle, Delegate Feldmark's Chief of Staff. Unfortunately, Delegate Feldmark is voting right now, but I am here on her behalf to ask for your favorable report on House Bill 1101. This bill would increase the Cade, Baltimore City Community College, and Selinger funding formulas. We do have some witnesses here to testify in support, so I will limit my remarks in the interest of time. And again, we respectfully ask for your favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mettle. First, we have Maureen Murphy on behalf of the College of Southern Maryland.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm here in support of House Bill 1101, which recognizes the value of community college students by increasing the funding per full-time equivalent student to 30% of the full-time equivalent student at the state's 4-year full-time equivalent student. Community colleges provide opportunities for social and economic mobility for students who would otherwise have no chance. And increasing that funding assures that community colleges are able to keep tuition affordable for all students, especially our low-income students who have been hit very, very hard by this COVID-19 pandemic. At the College of Southern Maryland, over 65% of our student body attends part-time. Almost all are in the paid workforce substantially, and almost half report that they're primary caregivers for people in their families. For these learners, affordability is absolutely critical, and without low-cost local access, higher education simply isn't possible. HB 1101 recognizes the reality of the lives of our students, who are often these low-income working adults who need these opportunities close to home. This bill is also timely, and it's a powerful reminder of the social contract that's implicit in Title 16 of the Maryland Code, which created community colleges as a pathway to social and economic mobility for all Maryland citizens. As we emerge from this pandemic, we have incredible workforce needs, and passing HB 1101 will allow community colleges to help meet that need by keeping tuition affordable, and consequently will keep the local workforce pipeline primed. I urge you to give this bill a favorable report, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy. Next, we have Ms. Sarah Fiddler with the Maryland Independent College and University Association. Ms. Fiddler? Ms. Fiddler, if you could unmute yourself, please. Thank you. Okay, we'll get.
I got it. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. Again, I'm Sarah Fiddler, the president of the Maryland Independent College and University Association. We are appreciative for the sponsor introducing this. We've had a long-standing partnership with the state, and we also really think it's a great idea. Strong support for this bill raises the Selinger formula to its original multiplier of 16%. So MICUA represents 13 diverse state-aided institutions of higher education in the state. We serve about 58,000 students. We operate in many places throughout, and in some local jurisdictions, we are the only four-year institution of higher education. About 24% of our students are low income and Pell eligible, and about half are students of color. So attached to my written testimony, I've given you some more information about these demographics. As you know, we use 85 to 90% of our Selinger funding on financial aid for Maryland students. We also allocate institutional-based aid to help bridge the affordability gap of higher education. And in fiscal 2021, our institutions contributed over $320 million in institutional-based aid for this purpose. Besides financial aid, we use Selinger funding to recruit and retain low-income and minority students with summer transition programs, career mentorship, internship, and networking opportunities, business partnerships, collaborations with local public high schools, technological enhancements in the classroom, and mental health services and supports, just to name a few. My written testimony includes more detail regarding these types of services and supports. And yesterday we submitted to the Education and Economic Development Committee a report that describes specific uses of Selinger for fiscal 2021. So we really appreciate the subcommittee's leadership on that, and we hope that the report was informative for you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Brad Phillips with Maryland Association of Community Colleges.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Chang and members of the committee. My name is Brad Phillips, and I'm here on behalf of Maryland 16 community colleges in support of this important legislation. But before I get started, I just want to thank the members of the subcommittee that's worked on our budget and the staff, and of course, Chairman McIntosh on her career, and also in receiving the Casper Taylor Founders Award this year. So thank you all very much. It's an historic year for us, and we're really grateful for the work being done. And Katie, please thank Delegate Feldmark for introducing this legislation. I just want to make 3 points. I want to talk about the significance of the formulas for our institutions and how this legislation restores the percentage ties, as well as some of the history of CADE and some of the needs of why this percentage increase is important right now. The formulas, this also includes Baltimore City Community College as well as the CADE formula. They generate the state's share of our operating budget, but there's so much more than a formula that shows percentage changes from year to year. It's a policy decision that links our funding with what the four-year institutions receive. For community college, that policy is that linkage, and it equates funding as being fair and equitable, considering each of our unique missions and student populations. That link matters because when it's reduced, what this happens is you privilege four-year institutions at the expense of community colleges, and it's how inequity continues to live in our state budget. It hurts our underserved populations, our people of color, the most, as the costs are shifted onto the students whenever we're reduced and whenever that percentage link is decreased. But this bill, the second point is actually that it actually corrects a decision that was made in 2011 as a result of the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, which changed that percentage tie from 30 to 29%. And also what the BRFA did is it pushed the full funding of CADE out over a decade until this current year, where we're actually slated to achieve full funding for the first time in CADE formula's history, which is 25 years. Changing policy in the BRFA was a mistake in 2011, and we shouldn't be making policy in BRFA documents to begin with, and it's impacted our funding for the consecutive 12 years that has followed. But speaking of since CADE has been established and where we are now, there's been a lot that's changed in higher education, a lot of needs for increasing the state support. You'll see a lot of that in my testimony, as some of the mandates that have occurred over the past 2 decades have increased those costs. Our colleges understand the need for some of those mandates, but they have had a significant cost to our budgets. And put together,
Phillips, if you could summarize, please. Thank you.
That's really my point, Mr. Chairman. It's just an important bill that would restore our funding, and we really urge a favorable report.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Next, we have Dr. Dario Willis with Howard Community College.
Thank you very much to the members of the committee and Mr. Chair. I am Dr. Willis, President of Howard Community College. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you on House Bill 1101. On behalf of HCC, I offer support for this legislation. Since the passage of the CADE funding formula, Maryland's community colleges have faced ongoing and increasing demands on its resources and staffing. Community colleges often have the same reporting requirements at the state and federal levels as four-year colleges and universities, and yet community colleges receive only a fraction of that funding. Even with such differences, community colleges continue to provide affordable, quality education for all Marylanders. They are a first choice, a second chance, and for some, the only option. A majority of our students at Howard Community College work. Many of those students support their own families, and 83% of students in the fall 2021 semester attended part-time. Even when trying to reduce costs, nearly 50% of credit students still required financial aid at some point during their education. For additional support, Howard Community College offers extensive services such as academic advising, tutoring, mental health counseling, and career services. Community colleges as a whole in the state would benefit greatly from HB 1101's additional funding to ensure student success, the joint workforce, and to contribute to our economy. Not only will HB 1101 change the lives of students, it will also transform the future of Maryland's families. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Willis. Next, with her testimony from Ms. Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, honorable committee members. It's good to see you all again. For the record, Brianna January here representing the Maryland Association of Counties, also known as MACO, in strong support of HB 1101. Committee, you've heard what the bill will do, so I won't repeat, but I do want to emphasize counties' resounding support for the bill. It's truly a travesty that the CADE funding formula has never reached its full allocation of 29%. Especially committee when we consider that our community colleges serve Maryland's most vulnerable students, including a large portion of our poverty-based Pell Grant recipients in the state. And committee, this has quite literally been decades coming, and MACO is happy to see that both the proposed state budget and HB 1101 equitably dedicate state funding to our community colleges. Counties pride themselves in their support, both financial and operational, to our community colleges, and it's time for the state to step up its support. So for these reasons, MACO supports the bill and urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. January. And lastly, we have Ms. Sandra Kurtinitis with CCBC.
Thank you very much. My colleagues have already spoken well about our support for 1101. Let me just add perhaps a slightly different element, and that is, as you consider 1101, we would really appreciate if you would think of us as an investment that is an integral part of the state's workforce and equity agendas. Last year, the Maryland Community Colleges educated and trained 408,000 Marylanders, and we awarded 193,000 degrees and credentials. We believe everything we do is workforce development, whether students are learning to be welders, dancers, or accountants. But I would also then maybe just double back to what you've already heard, and that is because we serve the most vulnerable and challenged populations, we really are an integral part of the state's equity agenda. So we know that education is the great leveler and the great lifter. We'd ask you to please take a leap of faith to support this legislation, and then step back and watch and appreciate the incredible return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee for any of the witnesses on House Bill 1101? Thank you very much, everyone. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1101. We will now move on to House Bill 1102. And Ms. Katie Metal will be testifying on behalf of Delegate Feldmark. This is community college tuition and residency waivers funding. Ms. Metal?
Actually, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I made it back from another
wonderful.
bill, so I.
Thank you very much, Delegate Feldmark. Ms. Metal did a great job. So Delegate Feldmark.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. I am fortunate enough to have a district that spans 2 counties, and that means I get to represent 2 community colleges. And I've got to tell you, I think you all know, I know this committee knows what a tremendous asset they are in our communities. And I thank you all because this committee has been an advocate for community colleges in the past. Mr. Phillips spoke about policy decisions, and House Bill 1102 is really about looking at some of the policy decisions we've made over the years as a General Assembly. Very well-reasoned and good policy decisions about helping students access community college by waiving tuition for certain populations, right? And some of those waivers are to help those with the greatest need, youth in the foster care system or unaccompanied homeless youth, right? Some are about sort of showing our gratitude as a state for, active duty members of the military or veterans. Some are about our workforce realities and providing incentives to fill critical needs in healthcare, right? So lots of good policy reasons for why we created these tuition waivers for different types of students. The cumulative impact, though, is that our community colleges are bearing the financial burden of that missing tuition, right? And so when we, just like in tax policy, right? When we give someone a break, we all collectively have to make up the difference, right? Unfortunately, in this scenario, that making up the difference falls to tuition on our community college students, right? And tuition increases on the students who we want to help serve. So House Bill 1102 simply says, let's stand behind those policy decisions and fund the tuition that's being waived for these very deserving student populations. So with that, I will ask for your favorable report, welcome any questions, and I know you're about to hear from some more witnesses who can speak to that firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Feldmark, for presenting the bill. We have a question from Delegate Bites.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Delegate Feldmark. A question. Garrett County was maybe first in Maryland, maybe the first in the nation to provide payment to the community colleges for all high school students that graduated in the county that attended the community college in Maryland. Back up in Garrett County. So Garrett County really took the lead in doing something to help the students with their cost of college education by paying the tuition for every high school student that went to Garrett Community College for this. By providing this, is there any mechanism, since this would fund tuition waivers and stuff that in our case they don't even have, to provide some benefit or incentive to our college and the other colleges that provide tuition benefits or waivers to make it balanced in our case? And I think Allegheny County has already used some of their lottery proceeds and things to provide tuition waivers and benefits. How is there, do you see any way we can balance this so that it's a fair situation for the smallest community college in the county, the state, which is Garrett College?
Right. Well, thank you, Delegate. And, I think that's a really wonderful move that your county made to offer that, covering the tuition for any graduating high school student in the county. I don't know that this would cover those costs that the county made the decision to pay the tuition of. But I do think some of those students, right? Some of the students that the county may now be covering tuition for would fall into one of these categories, right? So I think the grant to offset, if it was someone whose tuition would be waived under state law, then the county would not have that expense if the tuition is covered here. If I'm following your question, if I didn't, please let me know.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I really think what your answer is not correct in that it's not going to provide any benefit to the county that's already paying for the tuition for the colleges. So if you provide funding, for our college and Allegheny Community College or any other college, and I think we had passed a bill some time ago that provided additional tuition benefits for maybe all community colleges in the state. So, I guess we can talk about this offline, but I think there needs to be some consideration given where you have innovative ideas and creation things that are being done at the community colleges, that we would end up being penalized for those institutions that have already looked at this issue. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Delegate Beitzel. We have several witnesses who are going to provide testimony, and they may answer some of your questions, Delegate Beitzel. First, we have Dr. Maureen Murphy, College of Southern Maryland.
Thank you. Here I am again. As Delegate Feldmark, really, you made the case, and I thank you for that. House Bill 1102 sort of recognizes the unintended consequences of some really well-meaning legislation. We have a lot of folks who need help, and we want to help them. However, the burden of helping them has fallen on the colleges. I applaud Garrett County. I applaud the state of Maryland for those promise programs. There are other counties that have done the same to support certain students who qualify to get their tuition and fees paid for. However, that doesn't cover everybody. And there will still be students at every single college that will be recipients of these already existing waivers, those in foster care, unaccompanied homeless students. We have lots and lots of folks, students with disabilities who are receiving Social Security, and the laundry list goes on. It's all in the legislation. Those students get their tuition and fees waived, and really, we want to help them. Those are students we want in our colleges. We want to support them. And it would be great to have those resources to help them even further so that we can use our dollars, the dollars that we would have gotten through tuition for those kinds of support services for these unique students. HB 1102, it creates a revenue stream to help offset some community college losses. and it still preserves the intent of helping those vulnerable populations. So I thank you very much, Delegate Feldmark, for introducing this, and I hope that the committee gives House Bill 1102 a favorable report. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Next, we have Brad Phillips with the Maryland Association of Community Colleges.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. And my name is Brad Phillips. I'm here on behalf of the 16 community colleges for the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. And Delegate Beitzel, you teed it up really nicely because what you just described is exactly how policy works. Your county came together, they funded it. The state has also come together and funded scholarship opportunities through promise programs. But what is not a sustainable policy procedure is waiving tuition. In the singular, which we've just described, it works. Obviously, we need to take care of students who are foster students. We need to have accompanied homeless youth, students with disabilities. They all need help. And in the singular, it's not a lot of money, but statewide, combining all of the waivers, we're over 12,000 students, and it's costing us $10 million. And that's not a sustainable model. And it actually provides perverse incentives when you have a policy goal that isn't funded, and it's just really pushed back onto the backs of regularly enrolled students who are paying tuition. And that's why Delegate Feldmark, this bill is so important, because in the singular, it's not a lot of money, but combined, it's a substantial financial cost to our institutions. And with that, we really urge you to vote for a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Dr. Daria Willis with Howard Community College.
Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1102. And much of what you've already heard, I echo that in my statement, but I will say that, thank you for the generosity of the General Assembly to bring forward this type of waiver for our students. But as Brad mentioned, it's to the tune of $10 million each year. And as president of Howard Community College, to give you a more localized perspective, that amounts to nearly 600 students and $500,000 that we have to come up with at our college to close that gap, because essentially this is an unfunded mandate. And educating each student has a price, which you all know. And when community colleges do not receive this funding, we have to increase tuition and fees to cover that lost revenue or go through other areas to get those resources back. And in order to make sure that we are a low price providing quality education for our students, we need support from you all to make sure that this happens and we can close those gaps. So again, to help all community college students, please adopt House Bill 1102 to appropriate $10 million annually to cover the waiver costs for our neediest students that we have and for community colleges.
Thank you, Dr. Willis. Next, we have Ms. Brianna January from the Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Brianna January representing the Maryland Association of Counties, here this time to testify in strong support of HB 1102. Counties applaud Delegate Feldmark for bringing this bill forward. And as you've heard me say before, we are proud to support our community colleges. But current law unfairly requires community colleges to charge lower in-state tuition for students that the state has mandated as eligible for in-state tuition. Sadly, without any state funding to support the loss of revenue that our community colleges experience because of that policy and unfunded mandate. HB 1102 would fund this currently unfunded mandate, which has proven burdensome for our community colleges, as you've heard, as well as for the local governments that help fund them. And this bill seeks to right that wrong and would also be a strong demonstration of the state's commitment to an equitable distribution of support for our community colleges. And so for these reasons, MACO urges a favorable report on HB 1102. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, we have Sandra Kurtenitis with CCBC. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Kurtenitis.
Thank you very much. Hello
Thank
again.
you.
I want to just second what you've already heard from my colleagues, but let me add the specifics from my own college. Of course, we are large, so every year we have 3,000 students who come to us with tuition waivers in the roughly 13 categories of specific tuition waivers, which must be granted. That totals about $3 million a year. And we all of us welcome all of these students, but we know the financial impact not only includes the cost of tuition, which of course we lose, but many of these students those who come on a disability waiver, foster child waiver, almost any other waiver. Many of these students need special supports that add additional costs. So I too will thank Delegate Feldmark for advancing this proposal and urge all of you to consider it favorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Metzger.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Kurtenitis. It's always a joy and a privilege to see you, and an honor.
Thank you. Hi.
Just curiosity, my mind was wondering, how many graduates are we going to have this semester?
You mean across the 16 of us?
Yes.
Well, last year we had just about 194,000 graduates who received an associate degree or an accreditation.
Just curious, how many is going to graduate from Essex and Dundalk?
Oh, maybe we'll have about 3,000. No, we'll have more, almost 10,000 if you count our certifications.
Yes, thank you. You do a fabulous job. Thank you.
Oh, you do a fabulous job too. Thank you.
Delegate Forbes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for the sponsor, just to clarify. Is this starting any new programs or new waivers?
This does not create any new waivers. This is about stepping up to fund the waivers that already exist.
Thank you. I think there might have been a misunderstanding at the beginning, but this is just funding what the state has already said and backfilling the cost to our community colleges.
Right. The policy decisions that we've already made on students who deserve these waivers, and then helping our community colleges bear that cost.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? Any witnesses here? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1102. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1446. Delegate Solomon, Universities of Shady Grove Regional Higher Education Center Workforce Development Programs Funding. Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Delegate Jared Solomon, pleasure to be here to present this bill before the committee. Just very briefly, because we've got some great witnesses, including our former county executive, who can give you as much history and backstory on the University of Shady Grove as members of our committee would like. Just, you know, USG is sort of plays a unique role in the university system. So obviously Montgomery County, as the largest jurisdiction in the state, we do not have our own four-year university. And so USG plays a very unique role in helping meet a lot of the workforce needs in Montgomery County. And as a regional higher ed center, USG does not have, in some ways, its own programming. It is served by 9 other USM institutions, UMBC, College Park, Frostburg, for example, that run programs at USG. And so USG's fiscal model relies on those institutions to essentially bring the program to Shady Grove. Shady Grove served a really important purpose over the last 2 decades in our county, but it's at a real crossroads. Those of you on the EED subcommittee know that they just embarked on a new long-term plan, USG 2.0. We know our chancellor is incredibly committed to the goals and role that USG plays. And so what we're doing here today is really trying to get a jump start on that 2.0 vision for USG. And what we're asking for is essentially $10 million in total in workforce development funding, paid out over the next 2 years at $5 million a year, to allow USG to create the workforce development programs that are really needed for Montgomery County and to benefit the state. They can use those dollars to attract the programs from our university partners to come to Shady Grove to design new programs that are specifically geared towards the growing economies of not only Montgomery County, but of Frederick and our region. USG is really located in the heart of what we like to call DNA Valley. We are one of the biggest spots for bioscience and biolife companies, and that workforce is growing by leaps and bounds every day, and the need for highly qualified, highly trained graduates is growing exponentially as well. And so we really view USG as the gateway for so many of our residents to be able to get those really high-paying jobs, to attract great companies here with a great workforce. The last thing I want to mention about USG before I turn it over to the panel is it also plays a unique role in serving a really important part of our student population across the state. USG serves mostly a lot of first generation, so-called kind of non-traditional students, not the folks who you would think just graduated high school and went on, older students who are coming back to get their degrees. And USG does an amazing job. They have one of the highest graduation rates of any institution within the USM. And so we also view this as an investment in really, launching a lot of immigrant families and first generation students into, careers and incredibly well-paying jobs that will allow them to put roots down and really give back to Maryland. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report on the bill, and I'm going to pass it over to the fantastic team who's with us today from USG.
Thank you, Delegate Solomon, for presenting the bill. We have several witnesses here from the Universities of Shady Grove. First, we'll start off with Ken Mills.
You know what, Mr. Chair, I think Ken unfortunately had a scheduling change, so he's not going to be able to join us today. Sorry about that.
Delegates. That's okay. Thank you, Delegate Solomon. We have the honor of having the Honorable Ike Leggett here, former county executive from Montgomery County, now with University of Shady Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Solomon, for your leadership on this very important initiative. I talked just briefly about the history. Some years ago, long before the actual creation of Shady Grove, Montgomery County fought for a 4-year institution. And unfortunately, that did not occur. And what we ended up with was the University of Shady Grove. I was very disappointed at the time, as well as many other officials throughout the county. But what happened over the years, through the state support, local support, it has worked far better than we anticipated. But right now, it is fighting literally below its weight class. We have great opportunities available for us, as Delegate Solomon just indicated, just right out the doors of Shady Grove. But in order to maximize that, in order to ensure that we, in fact, take advantage of the resources that are already there, as well as take advantage of the jobs that are potentially available, we need this additional support. My testimony is before you already, but I want to urge you to step forward to work with us in order to get this done. We say at Shady Grove, which I'm a member of the Board of Advisors, that we meet students where they are. But I go a little bit further than that and say we take students where they want to go. And where they want to go is clearly where the state wants to go, where our community wants to go, and what our employers want to go to help them to ensure that we have the jobs and we all have the graduates that would help our workforce. This is vitally needed. It is important. I urge you to support this bill. Delegate Solomon has laid it out fairly well for us. I don't want to hold up too much time because our outstanding Ann Gleeman will come before you and give you even more details. But I simply want to leave you this message. We are fighting below our weight class. We have a wonderful opportunity here today, and this is a dream come true that we can deliver this on workforce, which Shady Grove was started at the beginning with to ensure that we can get done. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honorable Ike Leggett for your testimony. Next, we have Francisco Cartanea Bracamonte with the Universities of Shady Grove.
Thank you. It's Francisco Cartagena Bracamonte. Thank you very much. My name is Francisco Cartagena. I'm a proud graduate student at USG. I'm completing a master's in cybersecurity from UMBC. I'm working full-time for the city of Gaithersburg and serving on the board of advisors as a representative for alumni students. I'm a Pathways student, meaning that I have a high school diploma from Montgomery County Public Schools, an associate's degree from Montgomery College, and I completed my undergraduate degree at USG. Montgomery County is where my family migrated from El Salvador years ago. Is where as an MCPS student, I found emotional support working for a local nonprofit. Is where I married, is where I currently work. The USG campus is not just the best place for me to reach my academic goals, it was the only place. There's no way I'm commuting to UMBC or University of Maryland College Park. Like so many of my peers, by the time I was thinking about my undergraduate degree, I was already deeply rooted in my community, and for personal and financial reasons, I simply could not leave. That's why I'm speaking here to you today. I need you to know why USG is the pride of Montgomery County and our exemplary state. And I ask you to redouble your efforts to invest in the USG model that can work for thousands of students like me. As a former undocumented student, I can tell you how challenging and heartbreaking it is to want to be able to attend your college in your state and not be able to afford it. It's ridiculously expensive and it's extremely challenging. As a documented student, I can tell you how expensive and intimidating federal and private loans are. I'm sure you can all relate. As a USG student, however, I can attest to how comforting it is to attend an accessible and affordable campus that looks out for the students' best interests. At USG, I have been presented with ample opportunities to grow professionally at the same time as being able to advance through my academic journey. Students like me are working adults at the same time as we are students. As I mentioned before, there was no way I was going to be able to drive to UMBC. I needed to attend an institution that allowed me to be in my backyard, that would meet me where I was. USG led me to the opportunity to intern for Congressman Jamie Raskin, great place to intern, which eventually landed me the opportunity to land a full-time job here at the city of Gaithersburg as a human resources technician. And now that I'm getting my master's in cybersecurity, I have been promoted as an IT project manager, information systems project manager. In short, I'm asking you to keep on investing in USG. As a representative of the alumni students like me for programs at USG, I ask that you support HB 1446 with the modification that the funds provided be supplemental to USG's current base budget funding. USG is a beacon of academic hope for so many.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Brian Levine with Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Brian Levine with the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, and we are here today in support of House Bill 1446, which provides supplementary funding in addition to USG's existing funding for the purposes of establishing and supporting workforce development programming. But the Chamber is proud to have USG in Montgomery County, and we support their approach to higher education, which is all about creating new career opportunities and improving our regional workforce. They are experts at providing highly educated and highly skilled employees that meet the needs of our employers. But USG needs additional support to enhance their workforce programming efforts. For the Montgomery County Chamber, our members have identified the attraction and retention of quality employees as their top policy concern. So higher education institutions like USG seek to remedy the concerns of our members in these workforce issues by closing gaps and addressing labor market issues that have only been exacerbated since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. For Montgomery County's economy to grow and prosper, and that of the state of Maryland, we need innovative higher education and workforce development assets like USG. For those reasons, the Montgomery County Chamber supports this bill. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to testify. And we ask that the committee give House Bill 1446 a favorable report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levine, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ann Kadamanian with University of Shady Grove.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1446. And thank you in particular to Delegate Solomon for sponsoring this legislation, which will provide more career building opportunities for students and help greatly in building our regional workforce. I'm Ann Kadamian, the Executive Director of the Universities at Shady Grove. We are a regional higher education center in the heart of Montgomery County in the University System of Maryland. USG was founded as a higher education solution to support the unique needs and expectations of the regional workforce and of the non-traditional students, or what I like to say, the future student, because 74% of all students in higher education today are non-traditional. They come from diverse backgrounds. They are first in their families to go to college. They work while going to school. They have families or children to take care of. We must meet the needs of these students if we as a country intend to remain viable and successful. To serve these students, higher education must meet them where they are in life, delivering the skills.
I'm in committee right now.
Okay, sorry, call me later. Delivering the skills that they will need for the workforce following graduation and that supports lifelong learning. This bill aims to meet the needs of these students head-on by investing in programs for our university partners that directly support the workforce needs of our region. We will grow and continue to bring in more programs in areas such as the life sciences, nursing, teaching, behavioral health, and information technology. And we will work with MCPS, with Montgomery College, and with our 9 university partners to build pathways that lead to meaningful jobs and careers. One of our most stalwart university partners, UMBC President Freeman Hrabowski, has highlighted the important objectives for workforce development. He has said, we want to build a workforce based on affordability, accountability, access, and success, all of which he noted are the hallmarks of USG. The return on investment of HB 1446 will be more opportunities for career-ready graduates to pursue high-demand careers in the region that help build the wealth of all of our communities. Please support this legislation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Comedian. Really appreciate it. Excuse me for interrupting. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor or any of the witnesses? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1446. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1223. Delegate Novotny, study on refund re-engineering finances under new direction. Delegate Novotny.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and my fellow members of the Finance Committee. My name is Delegate Novotny, and as it was just discussed, I have a TLA since I've been in the military for so long. It's a 3-letter acronym. It's actually a 6-letter acronym. It's Reengineering Finances Under New Direction. So let's start off with a great quote from President Reagan. The closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program. Let that sink in for a second. We all know that the incentive, the macro incentives of all of our agencies is to have our great state employees do the best they can, spend their budget, and then the following year ask for 5% more. You've seen it at the state level, you've seen it at the federal level. It just continues to go on. And I don't need to tell this committee that right now, Maryland is facing this $7.5 billion surplus. So just to give you a couple of examples of how other states take care of these surpluses and how they do their budgets, one is Alaska. So obviously Maryland is different than Alaska. We don't have a pipeline, but Alaska pays their residents based on the profits of this pipeline. So it's very, very interesting way to do that in their state. And the other one is Oregon. Oregon actually has a constitutional amendment and it's called the surplus kicker. So if the surplus of the state budget is above 2%, it's triggered and you actually return the entire 2% back to the citizens of Oregon in that sense. So for example, if we had a 2% kicker in Maryland, that $7.5 billion would translate into $1,250 per person or 6,250 people for a family of 5. So it'd be an interesting way to do it, but I have a different solution for it. And I would like to explain to you. The Supreme Court Justice Banderas was quoted by saying, a single courageous state may, if its citizens choose, serve as a laboratory to try a novel social or economic experiments. I want Maryland to be the laboratory of our democracy for the US. So let's do something different. Let's financially incentivize our great employees who work for the state of Maryland to accomplish their mission at a reduced price. So for example, if their mission is to keep our highways maintained or to make sure our military department is doing the great things our military department does, they can personally make sure that they can get their mission done, save the taxpayer money. So if they can do their mission, get it to 90% of their budget, what does the other 10% do? 5% would go back to them and 5% would go back to the taxpayers. So for example, if I was an employee of the state and I saved $3 million in our budget, my boss might reward me with a $10,000 or $100,000 bonus at the end of the year. It's a crazy concept that actually works in our corporate sector all the time. But it would also reduce our overall budgets in the out years to make sure that we are keeping costs down and people in our state governments are treating our taxpayer dollars the way they treat their money in their pockets. So this study, again, this is a study, that's all it does right now, chooses a small, medium, and large agency within the state of Maryland, Public Safety and Correctional Services, Department of State Police. And with an amendment, we're actually changing, it's Amendment 863728. It actually changes from the military department because the majority of their funds are federal, so it might not be as clean, to the Office of the Attorney General. Point being is I'm suggesting a study to see whether or not we could financially incentivize our state employees to save money, do their job just great, and actually give bonuses to themselves, through the appropriate process, and then also give money back to the Maryland taxpayers. I do appreciate your time today, and I am asking for a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for Delegate Novotny on House Bill 1223? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1223. The committee will now move on to House Bill 905, Delegate Resnick, State Retirement and Pension System Investment Management Fees. Delegate Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of Appropriations. I'm pleased to introduce House Bill 905. It's a bill that deals with the state retirement and pension system's investment management fees. House Bill 905 requires greater transparency and increased reporting from the firms entrusted with managing the Maryland State Retirement and Pension Systems portfolio. In particular, the bill would require the SPRS, to disclose to the General Assembly, one, the dollar amount of the fees paid to each asset manager, the percentage of the fund paid as fees, and the performance of the assets under management. Additionally, the bill requires an update to the reporting methodology of carried interest to bring it in line with the fiscal year's reporting timeframe used for other fees. This bill builds on legislation from 2019 that required the Maryland State Retirement and Pension System to report the fee structure. As the law currently stands, the SPRS reports only aggregated data on fees and performance, making it impossible to get a clear picture of how much individual firms get paid and how well they perform. This leaves the management of the retirement and pension portfolio as a black box and does not allow citizens to see which firms are underperforming for the fees they are charging and which firms are doing better. As an example from last year, the SRPS's hedge funds returned only about 15.5%, significantly lower than the 44.5% return by public equities. At the same time that the hedge funds were substantially underperforming their public equity counterparts, they were charging fees that were more than 4 times as high, 2.5% versus 0.6% for public equity. These already inflated fees do not include carried interest and other fees, so in actuality, the differential is even higher. Requiring the state retirement and pension system to report on a fund-by-fund basis is not an unprecedented step. In fact, California has been doing a very similar thing since last year. It is already standard practice for SPRS to report on a fund-by-fund basis when it comes to fees and performance of equity and fixed income positions. So with that, I want to turn it over to some of the experts who wanted to bring this bill forward, and I would ask for a favorable report. Obviously open to questions as well.
Thank you very much, Delegate Resnick. There are several witnesses joining us this afternoon. If they could provide their testimony within 2 minutes, be much appreciated. First, we have Chris Noble, Private Equity Stakeholder Project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you and members of the committee. My name is Chris Noble, Policy Coordinator for Private Equity Stakeholder Project. We are a nonprofit watchdog organization focused on the impacts of private equity firms, hedge funds, and similar Wall Street firms on workers and communities. I'm an attorney and have previously worked with other state pension systems on investment agreements with private equity firms. I wish to speak in support of House Bill 905, which would provide greater transparency into the hundreds of millions of dollars in fees that private equity firms, hedge funds, and other alternative asset managers charge to the pension system every year, the Maryland pension system, and the investment performance of the investment managers that receive those fees. This legislation builds on 2019 legislation that required the system to disclose carried interest or incentive fees that it pays to private equity firms and hedge funds. Private equity firms and other alternative asset managers charge investors like the system fees in a few different ways: annual management fees, carried interest or performance fees, fees and expenses charged to the fund, and fees they collect directly from the portfolio companies they own on behalf of investors like SRPS. It is currently impossible to get a full picture of how much SRPS is actually paying in fees to private equity firms, hedge funds, and other alternative asset managers in a given year. Alternative investments accounted for almost half of SRPS's portfolio as of June 30, 2021. Yet unlike its public equity and fixed income investment managers, SRPS only reports fees and performance paid to private equity and hedge fund managers in the aggregate and not on a fund-by-fund basis, as the delegate explained. SRPS reports aggregate carried interest on a calendar basis, while it reports all other fees paid on a fiscal year basis, making it impossible to get a full picture of how much SRPS is paying in fees to alternative asset managers in a given year. Further, SRPS does not appear to count fees charged by private equity or hedge fund managers to portfolio companies, or fees and expenses associated with fund formation that are charged to the private equity or hedge fund, even though it ultimately bears the cost of them. The system also does not report performance for individual asset managers, so there is no easy way to compare the fees a manager charges to their fund performance.
Please conclude.
Thank you. House Bill, in conclusion, House Bill 905 would provide greater transparency into the hundreds of millions of dollars in fees that private equity, hedge fund, and all the other alternative investment managers charge to the state retirement and pension system. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Jim Baker with Private Equity Stakeholder Project.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Jim Baker, Executive Director of the Private Equity Stakeholder Project, also wish to speak in support of House Bill 905. House Bill 905 was modeled on a 2016 California law that required greater disclosure of alternative asset manager fees and performance. That law has been in effect for 5 years now, and under it, dozens of state and local pension systems, many of them much smaller than the Maryland SRPS, report the fees that they pay to and investment performance of their private equity, hedge fund, and other alternative asset managers on at least an annual basis. In addition, several other state pension systems around the country, including Missouri, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, South Carolina, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, also report fees and individual asset managers charge, including management fees, carried interest, and other fees. Disclosing fees and investment performance has had little or no impact on these pension systems' ability to invest in private equity or hedge fund managers. Indeed, many of these systems are invested in the very same private equity and hedge fund managers that Maryland SRPS invests in. For example, Institutional Venture Partners, New Mountain Partners, Madison Dearborn Capital. So if they can disclose these fees in other places, well, why not in Maryland? It is unclear why the SRPS is so far behind many of its peers in reporting the fees it pays to private equity and hedge fund managers and the investment performance of those managers. It's frankly time for private equity and hedge fund managers to stop hiding the hundreds of millions of dollars in fees they charge to the state of Maryland each year. House Bill 905 would provide important transparency that would benefit Maryland retirees, employees, and taxpayers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Martin Novin with the Maryland State Retirement Pension System, who is providing information. Mr. Novin.
Yeah, my information is in the material, so thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that we're committed to providing all of the transparency that we can, as long as it doesn't cost the system money in terms of decreased returns or increased fees. So we continue to work with the proponents, and we'll continue to work with the sponsor of this legislation to try to figure out how we can do everything we can on disclosure without hurting our members.
Thank you, Mr. Novin. Also, we have Andrew Palmer with the Maryland State Retirement Agency providing information.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. As Mr. Novin mentioned, we provided written testimony that we have some concerns about the bill. But just for clarity, I'd like to point out that we do report fees and performance and carry on all of the hedge fund we manage. So all of that information is reported to the General Assembly. For private equity, we provide line-by-line performance, and we provide fees on an aggregate basis, which we think is an industry standard. But again, we are working with the sponsors and are dedicated to provide as much disclosure as possible. And there are many places where we want to be a leader, like in climate change and places like that. But in some places we want to follow best practices as established across a preponderance of plans, not a few plans, in places where it might be a detractor for our ability to generate performance in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill's sponsor and witnesses here this afternoon? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 905. The committee will now move on to House Bill 892, Delegate Bowler, State Prescription Drug Benefit Retirees. Delegate Bowler.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Joe Bowler, and I'm here on behalf of House Bill 892. And I want to thank all of you for your time today to discuss this bill. This bill will do two things. First, it restores state-sponsored prescription drug coverage for Medicare-eligible state retirees who began state service before July 1st, 2011. And secondly, it repeals the reimbursement programs for the out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for specified Medicare-eligible state retirees as of 2019. Upon their retirement and provided they receive a retirement allowance from the state retirement and pension system, retired state employees may enroll and participate in any health care insurance options provided by the state plan until the enactment of Chapter 397 in 2011. Retired state employees could retain the same health coverage they had as active employees. But Chapter 397 eliminated the prescription drug coverage for Medicare eligible retirees under the assumption, and I think this is important for us to remember, the assumption was in 2020 that the federal improvements to the plan would make the Medicare Part D plan comparable to the state plan. Affected retirees learned about this change in 2018, and many were blindsided. Today, you're going to hear from Ken Fitch, who took action by filing a lawsuit against the state for breach of contract. The judge in this case issued a preliminary injunction against terminating coverage while the case was pending. So prescription drug benefits temporarily remain in effect today. But if the prescription ends, if the coverage ends, Medicare Part D is really unaffordable and very confusing. And many people have to go without the life-saving medications they need because of its unaffordability. We need to make the drug coverage permanent. These hardworking public servants were promised these benefits would continue after retirement, which has undoubtedly influenced many individuals' decision to work for less pay in public service than they could get in the private sector. And I know over the years, there have been a number of times as serving as a state delegate that we had foregone giving them pay increases, and sometimes they even lost days of work, and as a result of trying to help, to help the state out. So they really have gone beyond what they really needed to have done. Reversing the state's commitment to them was wrong. But we can do the right thing today. For these reasons, I urge the committee to give HB 892 a favorable report. And thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have several witnesses who are going to provide testimony. To all the witnesses, if you could please provide your testimony within 2 minutes, it'd be very much appreciated. Thank you very much. First, we have Sheila Tolliver.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am testifying on behalf of myself and my husband, Larry Tolliver. We both are retired state employees with a combined service to the state of 58 years. My husband, Larry, retired in 1995 as superintendent of the state police after a 28-year career with the state police. We are here in support of House Bill 892. And I'm in personal letters to you, I've given you more detailed reasons, but today I just want to tell you 2 reasons why I think you should support this legislation. First, I believe the state has a moral and legal responsibility to do so. This is not just our belief, but it also is the opinion of Judge Peter Massetti, who has given his opinion in writing in a memorandum of opinion on December 30th, when he said in part, all parties agree that this case turns principally on whether the state personnel and pensions section 2-508 and 2-509.1 in their various iterations confer upon state retirees a contractual right to prescription drug benefits. And he concludes it does confer such a right for all of those employees who met the terms of service that were also outlined in the law. So we believe the state has a moral and legal responsibility to continue this contractual agreement to provide the benefits. equal to the benefits of active state employees. And second, we believe that this is the time to do it. Some people may argue that because there is litigation pending, that wait for that litigation. I think we know enough. It's been in litigation now for 3 years.
You can please conclude, Ms. Tolliver.
Yes, we think it's the time because the state has adequate funds to do this. It's been funding this in its budgets during the period of time that the judge had the injunction in place. And we believe it will not be a burden to continue to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. Next, we have Andrea Bowie Branham.
Good afternoon, members of the House Appropriation Committee. My name is Andrea Bowie Branham, and I am a lead environmental compliance specialist in the Water and Science Administration of the Maryland Department of the Environment. I am also a member of the Maryland Professional Employees Council, the labor union for state employees classified in Unit G. At MDE, we are engineers, geologists, and other college-educated scientists. I am here before you today to call for a favorable report to House Bill 892. As a lead environmental compliance specialist, I function as a technical expert with the responsibility for resolving complex water pollution cases in the areas of sediment and erosion control, wetlands, flood control, waterway construction, stormwater management, municipal wastewater, and industrial wastewater. I'm also assigned duties that require me to work evenings and weekends, and I'm subject to call in for emergency situations, operational accidents, or natural disasters. Training new specialists takes months to get them to the level in which they can work on their own, and then years of additional support and guidance are provided until they are proficient. Lately, if they stay beyond 3 years, it's a win. When our well-trained employees leave for better compensation, the hiring and training process begins again, and everyone is spread out to cover vacant areas. I graduated from college with a degree in chemistry, and I wanted a career that made a difference. I began state service in 1987. The money wasn't great, but what kept me in state service is good medical and prescription benefits, and the promise those benefits would continue in retirement. I thought I knew the value of that promise. I come from a family that believes in public service. My father retired from the Army as a World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veteran. And as a retiree, his medical benefits and his prescription coverage was never a concern to him. The Army kept its promise to my father, and I am asking the state of Maryland to restore the promise to its retirees. Enacting 892.
Thank you very much. If you could please conclude, please. Thank you, Ms. Bowie Branham.
I just did one sentence?
Just one bit? Okay, thank you. Please.
Okay.
Wait, I mean, you can say your one sentence. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say that enacting 892 shows both professional state employees and the citizens of the state of Maryland that promises made by Maryland are promises kept. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have William Kahn. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Kahn. Mr. Kahn, if you could please.
Can you hear
unmute
me
yourself.
now?
Yes, sir.
My name is William Kahn. I'm a retired Assistant Attorney General. Proponents of offloading retirees onto Medicare Part D have said for over 11 years that Maryland may lose its AAA bond rating because of the unfunded liability associated with the plan. But that hasn't happened, and it's unlikely to happen. Rating agencies have murmured about the unfunded liability, but the concern is not about the liability, but that the liability is unfunded. Since 2010, Maryland has ignored Government Accounting Standards Board guidelines that say, in addition to current year appropriations for the plan, Maryland should appropriate an additional amount each year to a trust to pre-fund future year costs. Instead, Maryland has budgeted on a pay-as-you-go basis for 11 years. As long as Maryland does that, rating agencies will continue to murmur to try to prompt Maryland to pre-fund these costs.
However, the relevant factor for you is the annual cost for the fiscal year in relation to the state's general fund budget. The additional cost for House Bill 892 will be less than 0.02% of the general fund budget of $58.2 billion for this coming fiscal year and for succeeding fiscal years. Because we are a dying breed, this percentage will decrease and ultimately will go to zero. On a pay-as-you-go basis, which is what Maryland has decided to do, retirees are quite affordable and should be afforded this reasonable budget priority by giving a favorable report to House Bill 892. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Peter Rikus. Peter Rikus.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. For the record, my name is Peter Richkus. I served as DGS Secretary from 1999 to 2003. I also served as Port Commissioner from 2008 to 2015, and as an advisor to Obama's U.S. Trade Representative, representing Maryland from 2010 to 2014. I'm one of the over 21,000 state retirees living in Baltimore County and the more than 100,000 retirees statewide. You have my written testimony. You've heard from your constituents and retirees statewide. So just a few comments on HB 892. First, thank you very much to the bill's 42 sponsors of both parties. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB, says the government has an obligation to pay other post-employment benefits based on the level of retirement benefits promised to an employee in exchange for his or her services. And as Sheila pointed out, Federal Judge Peter Massetti agrees. HB 892 is consistent with his recent ruling that there was a unilateral contract between the state and retirees hired before July 1, 2011, and those retirees have a contractual right to their prescription drug benefits. HB 892 is affordable. It limits the pools of retirees to those hired before July 1, 2011. And as Bill Kahn points out, we will ultimately reach our expiration date and the state's costs will go to zero. The well-being of state retirees is important to Maryland. More than $2.67 billion in pension payments stay here. If retirees are impoverished because of prescription costs they couldn't possibly plan for, that's real economic impact. I urge a favorable report of HB 892. The status, as you've heard, of the court case does not preclude you from doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rikus. Next, we have Kenya Campbell with AFT Maryland.
Good afternoon, Chairman Chang and members of the House Appropriations Committee. I am Kenya Campbell, President of AFT Maryland, the Federation for a number of public employee unions throughout the state, including the Maryland Professional Employees Council, AFT Healthcare Maryland, and the Maryland Classified Employees Association. On behalf of these unions and the thousands of Maryland state workers that constitute our membership, AFT Maryland calls for a favorable report to HB 892. I believe the members of the committee have my written testimony, so let me highlight a few points. First, staffing levels across numerous state agencies have become so bad, with people leaving the agencies in such high numbers that the federal government has threatened to take over the oversight functions of several of them, including the Maryland Department of the Environment. Our state employees do not feel appreciated or respected for the invaluable work they do for residents of our state. Workloads have piled up, compensation has stagnated, and important benefits state employees have earned have over the years been taken away. The state employee prescription drug plan is just an example of a benefit that is unfairly stripped from state workers. State employees feel what was passed in 2019, a plan to reimburse state retirees for life-saving prescriptions, that have become too expensive under their fixed incomes is not enough, especially since those state employees would have to pay out of pocket first, then hope sometime down the line to get reimbursed. For many employees who have worked for the state for more than 10 years, changing what had been promised to them in the form of deferred compensation is incredibly unfair. Many state employees who have already retired just cannot go back to work in order to earn enough to pay for the increased prescription drug costs. For other employees who are considering retirement after working for over 10 years with the state, they will have to make life-changing decisions without really knowing what coverage they will have regarding prescription drugs. Again, AFT Maryland calls for a favorable report to HB 892, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next, we have Nick Kairaku. Nick Kairaku. How about Patricia Down with MDE? Rose Works with AFT.
I'm sorry, that's me. I had a little trouble with buttons. I haven't done this in a while.
Sure. Patricia Down with MDE?
Downey.
Downey. Okay, Patricia Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the House Appropriations Committee. It's been a while since I've done any speaking like this, so I'm a bit anxious about it. My name is Pat Downey, and I'm an environmental compliance specialist, along with Andrea Bowie-Branham. I work in the lead prevention program. I'm also a member of the Impact Maryland Professional Employees Council, the labor union for state employees classified in Unit G. I'm here today to call for a favorable report to HB 892. Members of the committee, I am an accredited lead risk assessor, and I have the privilege of reaching out to Maryland families and going into their homes to help them with children that have lead poisoning. Lead poisoning is reputed to be the largest mass poisoning in human history. It's been called the crime of the century. What most individuals do not realize is the impact of lead poisoning across the ages. It creates a 70% increase in diseases as we age. In the 1970s, when I was 17 or 18 years old, with leaded gasoline, the average adult lead level was a 13 venomous. That's the test. Maryland now considers a 5 venomous to be unacceptable. Can you imagine all of us walking around with a 13 level? Adults that were affected as children have higher risks of cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, stroke, and kidney disease. Adults with Maryland's large stock of older homes, state retirees not only need, but deserve to have the health care they were promised. These retirees need prescription coverage more so than any other generation. I believe that billions of dollars in the budget surplus was stripped from the very backs of state employees. I've only been with the state for 4 years, so it's not like I've been around forever. I've really looked at this quite closely. And the folks coming in the doors, there's no guarantee of pay raises, there's salary compression, and we really need the benefits to keep the revolving door for hiring also. Thank you very much for taking my comments today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Downey. We'll go back to Nick Kairaku. Nick. Okay, Rose Wirtz, AFT Healthcare Maryland.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rosemary Wirtz, Field Coordinator with AFT Healthcare Maryland. We're the exclusive bargaining representative for healthcare professionals in Maryland state government. Thank you for the opportunity to submit verbal and written testimony in support of HB 892. Our bargaining unit includes registered nurses, physicians, therapists, and counselors. Our healthcare professionals know when they accept employment with Maryland state government that they will not make a competitive salary. They accept much lower wages in exchange for other benefits. Prescription benefits and retirement were part of the promise made to employees hired prior to 2011. They've made much less money while working, thinking they would need less in retirement due to the pension and continuation of benefits. And for some, as it was stated by others, it's too late for them to adjust their retirement plans to offset any reduction in benefits. I spoke to a member last month who retired July 1 of last year because she was undergoing treatment for cancer. She worked for the state for over 16 years, which she thought qualified her for full benefits in retirement. Like many state employees, the state did not notify her of any change in the law in 2011. She continued working for the state, thinking she would have full benefits. When she called me, she was very concerned because her medicine costs more than her retirement allowance per month. She doesn't know what she's going to do. If she loses her prescription benefits, she doesn't know how she's going to survive. And it's too late. She can't go back to work now. It's too late for her to change her plans. The nursing shortage that has existed for decades has now expanded to include all healthcare professionals. Nationwide job statistics show an alarming number of people opting to leave the workforce over the last couple of years. Recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals has become more difficult since the start of the pandemic. During a labor management committee meeting recently at Western Maryland Hospital Center, the facility reported very happily that they had just hired some registered nurses for the first time in like 6 months. They said they came for benefits. Erosion of any benefits for state employees will negatively impact recruitment and retention, specifically of our healthcare professionals. I submitted some written testimony, and I have written testimony attached from a registered nurse working for the state of Maryland who's pleading for her benefits in retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Warnes. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go back again to Nick with MPEC.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
2 minutes, please.
Chang. Good afternoon, Chair Chang. Members of the House Appropriations Committee, my name is Nick Kiriakou, and I've been a state employee for 43 years. I am currently employed as an environmental compliance specialist for the Maryland Department of Environment. I am a member of MPEC, Maryland Professional Employees Council, Unit G. I am here on this call to request all the members of this House Appropriations Committee give a favorable report to HB 892. Please do the right thing. Renew the promise made to me and all other state employees who started before 2011 by reinstituting the State Employees Retiree Prescription Plan. Members of this committee, I am proud of my work as well as my co-workers providing needed services for the families of lead-poisoned children below the age of 6 years old. I provided in this age of COVID in-home services to the families of these children affected with lead in blood at levels from currently 5 to 9 and 10 micrograms per deciliter. To provide this service, as well as some of my co-workers, we required to be trained as accredited lead risk assessors every 2 years. For all I do and all the other state employees, for the citizens of Maryland, we are not fairly recognized with appropriate compensation in the form of compensation, pay, and benefits. Elimination of the State Employees Retiree Prescription Drug Plan would further grease the 3-year rotating door of state employees leaving for better paying jobs in the private sector. Members of the committee passing HB 892 out of committee is a crucial step to restoring a promise made to me and all other state employees
Mr.
many
Kiriakou,
years ago.
If you could please conclude.
The enactment
Please conclude.
The enactment of HB 892 is important for me to decide after 43 years when to retire. I again reach out to this committee to issue a favorable report to HB 892. Please stop the rotating door. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
You too. Next, we have Ken Fitch with United We Matter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, committee. Give me this time to talk. I want to thank Delegate Bootler and many co-sponsors who signed on to this bill. I've been fighting 4 years to get the prescription drug coverage reinstated, who invested in the program between 2011. I got my letter in 2018, like 45,000 other state retirees. We were told if we retire at 65 on a disability, we go on Medicare Part D. That's not good. I formed a group. I sued the state of Maryland. I founded United We Matter in response. I sued them. I got an injunction to stop the removal of the state prescription drug program, then organized rallies here in Annapolis. I held 39 meetings from Cumberland to Salisbury to inform seniors what you did to them. You see, we have a contract with you. The court just said so. For years, we worked without raises, step increments, took furloughs because we were promised benefits in our retirement. Now I need to pay, if I went on Medicare Part D, additional $12,000 a year for my medication. I have a brother-in-law that will pay $7,000 a month. He has cancer to stay alive. We are talking life and death. I have many others in my group in worse situations. As retirees, we live on fixed income, so there's no money coming from that retirement. The retirees who need this the most can't go out and get another job. We can't even take advantage of the discount like RX Good because we're a government employee. I have members 65 to 95 rationing their medication while this injunction is in place. You know what the outcome of that would be? We have members who sold their homes and moved in with their children just to see how this injunction is going to turn out because they don't know if they'll be alive after this.
Mr. Fitch, please conclude. Please conclude your testimony, Mr. Fitch.
Our members are state troopers, nurses, doctors, professors, judges, correctional officers, just to name a few. My name is Ken Fitch, and it's time to do the right thing. Pass HB 892. Please keep your promise. We are not going away. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor or any of the witnesses? Hearing none. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 892. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1091. Delegate Learman, Joint Chair, Commission on Pensions, State Retirement and Pension Systems Investment Division Compensation. Delegate Learman.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. This is my final bill hearing ever. As a delegate, it's crazy. And I'm so glad that it's in appropriations. So I'm going to take a page out of the book of our former Joint Committee chair, Delegate Ben Barnes, and simply say that this is board requested pension legislation. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the applause, Delegate Corman.
Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Okay, joining us today, we have Ann Gothrop with the State Retirement and Pension System providing testimony. Ms. Gothrop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I submitted some written testimony from the agency, as Delegate Learman said, and thank you so much, Delegate Learman and the Joint Committee for introducing this legislation. This bill, basically what it does, that we have some disparities within our investment division as far as salaries are concerned. This bill would bring everyone up to the same level so that we don't have some doing the same job making considerable amounts more than others who are working side by side with them. I'm happy to go into more detail for all of you on this. I know it's late. You can always get me offline too if you'd like more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Gothrop. Are there any questions for Ms. Gothrop or the bill sponsor? Okay, we wish you the best, Delegate Learman, in all your future endeavors. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1091. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1294, Delegate Mounts, State Employee and Retiree Health and Welfare Benefits Program, BWI Airport, Fire and Rescue Department Employees and Dependents. Delegate Mounts.
I have not been able to get in contact with Delegate Mounts.
Okay, Delegate Bagnall. Is Delegate Bagnall here? Delegate Bagnall, good afternoon. We'll move on to House Bill 1099, State Personnel Whistleblower Law, Procedures and Remedies, First Amendment and Public Employee Protection Act. Delegate Bagnall.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee.
For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33, Anne Arundel County, here on behalf of HB 1099, the First Amendment and Public Employee Protection Act. You have my written testimony, so I'll try to summarize. December 29th, 2021, a story broke in the Baltimore Sun regarding spoiled vaccines, which had been distributed across the state. But rather than focusing on the spoiled vaccines, the article focused on the former Deputy Director of the Maryland Department of Health Coronavirus Recovery Program, her attempts to raise alarms about the spoiled vaccines, and her formal complaint after she was, according to the complaint, moved to an advisory role doing entry-level admin tasks and barred from communicating with her former colleagues. Just last week in the Washington Post, former University of Maryland employee who defrauded the school over $1 million between 2016 and 2020, MES, UMMD, and the December 4th incident at MDH. One of our most essential roles as representatives of our community is to be good stewards of the finances, faith, and safety of our constituency, to ensure our state is acting in an ethical and fair manner, free of fraud and waste and dangers to public health and security. But we need to provide protections for those who are in a position to witness firsthand violations of that trust, so they may report their concerns free of retaliation. Whistleblower protections are nothing new. For the sake of time, I will direct you to my written testimony, which details the history of whistleblower protections, dating back to the passage by the Continental Congress in 1778 and strengthened by Congress in 1863 with passage of the False Claims Act, the FCA, still used today in whistleblower litigation suits. Currently, federal whistleblower protection laws protect a wider scope of employees and a wider span of disclosures than Maryland's laws, with the FCA still being one of the primary tools used. Maryland's whistleblower protection laws are weak and are only for people in certain jobs, for people working for specific employers, and for people reporting certain kinds of misconduct. For example, the Healthcare Worker Whistleblower Protection Act protects licensed or board certified healthcare workers, but excludes state employees. House Bill 1099 expands the scope of employees protected by Maryland's whistleblowing laws, broadens the prohibited retaliatory actions taken by employers against whistleblowers, provides an opportunity for the employer to resolve the complaint or complaints made by an employee, and if resolution is not reached, provides that the Office of the Attorney General shall investigate the complaints. In the 21st century, fraud and employer wrongdoings are still alive and well. A 2019 survey concluded that nearly 45% of employees worldwide had observed at least one type of misconduct, with 34% not reporting any of the incidents observed. Maryland has fallen behind in protecting our communities. In order to prioritize accountability, transparency, and trust in our state and state agencies, it is imperative to protect our own state employees who have knowledge of wrongdoings that can and have harmed Marylanders. Most whistleblowers do not come forward even when they have observed misconduct. This bill ensures our hardworking, committed state employees are protected against retaliation for speaking out so that we can all be better informed, so we can more readily identify and address fraud, waste, and risks to public health and safety, and is an investment in good governance. Whistleblowing protection is built into the foundation of the American experiment. We all deserve a more detailed insight into our state, better communication, and more trust. With that, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1099.
Thank you, Delegate Bagnall. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, joining her, we have Delegate Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for bringing this bill before the committee. It's very important, obviously, to defend our employees, especially in this First Amendment interaction. So is any part of this bill, does it require the state employees to actually follow the established protocol, as in if they have a problem, maybe go through the Inspector General channels first before they do a whistleblowing action? Or is it anyone who jumps, I don't want to say jumps chain of command, because you can use all these avenues, could go to, say, maybe the press or something like that, and then is protected under this bill? And what is your intent, I guess?
My intent actually to broaden the existing protections so that it does not define the protocols by which they would follow. it just adds a layer of protection so that they cannot be retaliated against if they do identify wrongdoing, and it broadens what that retaliation looks like, because we already have in law that you can't be fired, you can't necessarily be forced to retire or coerced. However, that's very broadly defined, and what the incidents that was the impetus for this bill was that someone wasn't fired per se, but they were reassigned and they were actually demoted. And we had another incident where somebody, again, wasn't fired, but they were encouraged to take early retirement. So there are other categories of retaliation that are not defined in our current whistleblower laws.
Completely understandable. And really quickly, just on a similar topic that's within the bill also, is you specify different types of whistleblower activities. One of them happens to be cybersecurity incident or incidents. So for example, could you imagine a time in which someone came out and said, I think there's a problem with the systems that collect our taxes in Maryland, and this is a huge vulnerability that I see here, and you could steal all this money. They go to the press. Would they be protected under this? And then kind of you can see the secondary question is, if they go out to the press and actually that happens, are they not held liable for exposing that vulnerability of cybersecurity to the public, or hadn't thought through that yet at this point?
I haven't. I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't want to misspeak. This isn't intended to circumvent the chain of command. This is to make sure that the chain of command doesn't quiet the voices of people when they are raising these concerns.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have testimony from Stephen LeBeau with the Maryland Association for Justice. Stephen
I do
LeBeau.
not believe that Stephen is in the room.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Wareheim. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor, Delegate Bagnall, and House Bill 1099? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1099. The committee will go back to House Bill 1294. Delegate Mounts, is Delegate Mounts here? Delegate Mounts.
He has entered the room.
Delegate Mounts.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm having trouble with my connection.
Okay, we can get back to you.
I'm going to log off and log back on.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to House Bill 1156, Delegate Weigel. We have primary and secondary education savings account program established. Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Chairman Chang. It's good to be with you and the honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm pleased to introduce House Bill 1156 for your consideration. What this bill does is establish educational savings accounts for children in kindergarten through grade 12 for parents who choose to relieve the local education authority, or LEA, from the responsibility of educating the child. The bill delineates the responsibilities of the Maryland State Department of Education, the parent of the eligible child, the qualifying school, and the funding mechanism, and directs MSDE to adopt regulations necessary to administer the requirements of the bill. The educational savings accounts may only be utilized for a child whose parent has agreed to relieve the LEA of the responsibility to educate the child, and any funds not utilized for that purpose are returned to the state. The bill establishes the ESA funding in 2 levels, with the family federal poverty level being the determining factor. So a family whose income is less than 500% of the FPL would be funded at 75% of the per pupil amount for state and local funding, and at 50% for those whose family income exceeds 500% of the FPL. For 2020, the FPL in the 48 contiguous states for a family of 4, for example, was $26,200. With 500%, the level would be set at about $131,000. So as an example, in Washington County, where the per pupil funding is $14,300, the educational savings account would be funded either at $10,700 or $7,100, depending on whether it's at the 75% or the 50% level. Looking at it another way, the LEA would actually retain 25% or 50%, and that's either 3,600 or 7,100 in my Washington County example. They would retain this amount without the obligation to educate the child. Being an accountant, this was intentional on my part in order for the LEA to cover their fixed costs. Although not funding an alternative education in its entirety, House Bill 1156 would help to defray the financial burden on those who might choose an alternative educational opportunity for their child, an opportunity that might not otherwise exist for that child. The bill would also allow parents to contribute to the ESA on a pre-tax basis. A qualifying school is defined in the bill as any non-public school that provides primary or secondary education and meets MSDE program requirements. Unlike last year's bill, homeschool programs are intentionally excluded from the bill this year due to the high financial and fiscal cost. The fiscal note last year had a $240 million fiscal note attached to it. The fiscal note this year only includes administrative costs and does anticipate additional costs if homeschoolers would enroll their child in a formal school program. Several states have adopted educational savings accounts to empower new learning opportunities for their students. Some of these states have adopted the legislation to assist students with special needs and circumstances to allow students to excel in specialized environments. I thank you for your attendance and ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1156.
Are there any questions for Delegate Weigel on House Bill 1156 from the committee? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1156. Go back to House Bill 1294, Delegate Mounts.
Chairman, thank you, and thank you for your patience. Johnny Mounts, for the record, Talbot, Caroline, Dorchester, and Wacomico counties. I'm presenting HB 1294. HB 1294 seeks to rectify a situation that has occurred since the transition of ownership of Thurgood Marshall Airport. Originally, it was Friendship International Airport. A number of my constituents were firefighters at that airport at that time. And in the process of the airport becoming a state-owned airport, at one time it was owned by Baltimore City. The retirement and the pension programs changed. The result is that some of the employees were included in the state retirement program, and I think I'm articulating this correctly, while others remained in the Baltimore City retirement program. This bill, HB 1294, would enable those retirees who are still in the city retirement system to transfer to the state retirement system. I have one expert today, Mr. Wayne Cook, who I believe is listed to testify, who can detail all of these events. I was born in 1970, so I was a child when many of these things were happening, and it's an honor to be able to try to address them right now. But I just want to make sure the summary for all the members of the committee, this bill is to authorize certain employees, former employees who are retired now, who worked as firefighters. These are firefighters at Baltimore. At the time, it was Friendship International. Now it's Thurgood Marshall Airport, who are in the Baltimore City retirement to join the state retirement. And they were not transferred to the state retirement when the state took ownership of the airport. I urge the committee a favorable report. And again, I thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Delegate Mounts. Are there any questions from the committee members for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have testimony from Coleman Cook, retired BWI fire captain. Mr. Cook, thank you for being here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to be here. To go on Delegate Mounts' synopsis, the airport was purchased in 1972 by the state of Maryland. In 1993, the state of Maryland passed a law, Baltimore City sponsored it, that all firefighters from 1993 on would not be in the Baltimore City pension system. When I went to work for Baltimore City, or I'd never worked for Baltimore City, when I went to work for the state of Maryland, I in 1988 was a state employee and was placed in the Baltimore City pension system. When the law was passed in 72, there was a no benefit loss clause into it. Some of the firefighters went back to the city and worked. Some of them stayed for the state. They stayed in the pension system, but they drew health benefits from the state of Maryland. Upon retiring, even with 24 and a half years of retiring, I was not eligible for state health benefits. And the only reason is that I was told that I was never in a state pension system. Well, I was a state employee from the very beginning, and the state put me in the system. So technically I was in a state pension system. It just wasn't managed by the state. So the difference is, for my family, I'm paying $13,200 a year for health benefits. If I was allowed state health benefits as a retiree, I'd be paying $3,800. So it's over a $9,000 cost just for my family. This only affects about 75 people total. That's why it's the lost group of people, but they are all your first responders. They're all firefighters. They all risk their lives for the state of Maryland. Like some of the other talkers for the other part of the prescription, you know, there was certain things that were expected. I was never offered to go into any state pension system. There are better pension systems in the state of Maryland than the Baltimore City Fire and Police. You know, there are multiple pension systems, and there's not just one. There's the fire, there's the state police, there's the teachers, there's the contributory, non-contributory.
If you could please conclude.
Sure. So I'm asking for a favorable outcome. Obviously, it's very personal to me. I'm a retired fire captain from the airport, and I would ask the committee for a favorable vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook, for being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee regarding House Bill 1294? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1294. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1278, sponsored by Delegate Young, Public Safety Interjurisdictional Policing Grant Program. Delegate Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Delegate Pat Young for the record. Happy to introduce HB 1278, Public Safety Interjurisdictional Policing Grant Programs. This bill establishes interjurisdictional police grants through 2 or more counties to, 1, support current operations and current agreements between jurisdictions, support the creation of new ones, as well as reimburse for certain activities that are done pursuant of an agreement of a grant application. You have my testimony. Generally, I would say that this idea came from, 1, multiple years of working with law enforcement in Baltimore County and Baltimore City, recognizing that there are a number of successes that we've seen between the interactions between both Baltimore County Police as well as Baltimore City Police, and recognizing that a barrier to expanding those successes and a barrier to 1, coming up with new ideas to expand their interjurisdictional relationship shouldn't be based on a lack of funding. Creating this grant program, 1, would establish the flexibility and opportunity for jurisdictions to expand what they're currently doing. And not only is it important for the Baltimore region, but it's important for other regions around the state. There was a version of this bill years ago that was just focused on Baltimore City and Baltimore County. And we believe that, 1, just from the work that we've seen being done collectively, to limit it to just the Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and that region wouldn't be appropriate. So we've decided to move this, the scope of this bill to the entire state, which means that would apply to, as I mentioned before, 2 or more jurisdictions that are interested in engaging in interjurisdictional policing agreements, or as well as expanding the ones they currently have. With that, I urge a favorable report, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Delegate Young. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have joining us 3 witnesses. First, we have Sean Vinson from the Baltimore County Police Department. Mr. Vinson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to the delegate for introducing this bill. Thank you to Delegate Young. I'll try to stay quick as possible. The need for this funding is that we've recognized that collaboration between our law enforcement partners is important, and it definitely targets criminal activity. 2 examples of this collaboration that we have in Baltimore County and Baltimore City, along with some other agencies, is our Warrant Apprehension Task Force and also our Regional Auto Theft Task Force. These units give its members the flexibility to work across jurisdictional lines, to go across borders, to follow leads, pursue evidence, and pursue arrests outside of Baltimore County when necessary. And it actually is a very effective system that works addressing matters, because we know that crime isn't limited to within one jurisdiction or another jurisdiction. And being able to work together allows our officers, allows our detectives to go across jurisdiction to pursue these suspects and to eliminate this crime. This legislation would allocate $3.5 million to the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention to provide funding for these programs that will utilize this regional collaboration. Here today on behalf of Baltimore County to show our strong support for this bill, and also to show Baltimore County Executives Johnny Olszewski's strong support for House Bill 1278. As Mr. Olszewski has in the past and continues to state that crime is a priority, the safety of the citizens within Baltimore County and within the region is a top priority of the county executive. And based off of that, that's why we would be asking for a favorable report on House Bill 1278. I thank you and be open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vinson. Next, we have Ms. Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, Committee. For the record, Brianna January, representing the Maryland Association of Counties, also known as MACO, here to testify in strong support of HB 1278. But before I do so, a big congratulations to Madam Chair on your well-deserved award today. It's getting late, so I'll be short, committee. As this committee knows, communities that align or straddle county borders are often affected by the same crime issues that cross those jurisdictional boundaries. And as such, it's important that law enforcement in those counties can successfully work together to tackle these crimes. And HB 1278 would aid counties with valuable public safety resources to do so. So with that, MACO supports HB 1278 and urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Richard Worley with the Baltimore Police Department.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chair McIntosh and Vice Chair Chang. I'm Colonel Richard Worley, Baltimore Police Department, on behalf of Baltimore City, supporting Bill 1278. We have a great relationship, which has already been talked about, with the Warrant Apprehension Task Force and Regional Auto Theft Task Force. But we also work very well when we have certain situations, such as a SWAT or a barricade situation, where we use multiple jurisdictions. We had one in Baltimore that lasted almost 3 days. And we utilized Baltimore County, Howard County, Montgomery County, and Anne Arundel County, all in addition to state police. And currently, right now, we're doing a joint initiative with this protest convoy that's going through, started in Canada, is coming through. Additionally, it can't be understated the fact that during the protests and the unrest of 2020, Maryland State Police, Baltimore County, and because we border so many counties and our criminals like to venture out of Baltimore City once in a while into the counties, we do partner with them quite a bit on crime prevention. But probably the biggest one was the unrest, when we all worked together to get probably the best compliment New York Times had ever given out, that Baltimore was one of the best places that handled the protests pretty well. And I basically support the bill wholeheartedly, that we need to help with, especially with the resources in every police department being diminished simply because we can't get qualified people, or we can't get enough qualified people quick enough. The more we work together, the better. So I support Bill 1278. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions regarding House Bill 1278? Delegate Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll make it pretty quick. Delegate Young, I appreciate you bringing this bill. It seems like an excellent way to utilize money in the most efficient and effective way for safety of our communities. One thing I didn't see mentioned specifically was safety of our schools. Do you think a school resource officer program could justify underneath this grant if multiple schools in the same area, high schools, we're seeing some crime going through there, or is that way outside the scope?
I mean, I guess somebody could apply for it, Delegate. The thought being that interjurisdictional policing being between Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County, and Baltimore County, where wasn't really a discussion between Baltimore County Public Schools and Howard County Public Schools. But if there was an argument to be made about a operation or partnership, perhaps.
Thank you, Delegate Young. I think our students probably pass things around very quickly, and it might be good to have some of the SROs talking together, but I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor regarding House Bill 1278? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1278. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1367, Delegate Howard, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Alternative Therapies Fund Establishment. Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the House Appropriations Committee. It's great to see all of you. And for the record, I'm Delegate Seth Howard, and I'm pleased to present HB 1367, creating a fund to provide critical alternative therapies for PTSD. This bill is for veterans persevering and surviving with post-traumatic stress disorder. This bill creates a post-traumatic stress disorder alternative therapies fund within the Department of Health and allows the fund to be used to support and study the effectiveness and improving the access to alternative therapies, including hyperbaric oxygen therapy and psychedelics, through providing cost-free access to alternative therapies. This bill also authorizes the department to work with a consortium of organizations on the uses of this fund and the effectiveness of therapies, including the Maryland Department of Veterans Affairs, Johns Hopkins University, University of Maryland, Maryland's Sheppard Pratt, and Walter Reed Medical Center. The legislation requires a report to the General Assembly on the use of the fund and any other findings. The use of alternative therapies and treatment of PSD in active duty members and veterans has proven to be an extremely powerful tool in combating the ongoing suicide epidemic we all know our veteran community is facing. By passing HB 1367 and its cross-file SB 709, sponsored by Senator Elfreth, we will be allowing our veterans access to proven alternative therapies they desperately need to fight PTSD. Legislators across the country are realizing that we must utilize every tool we have at our disposal to help bring an end to the suicide epidemic that is taking the lives of so many of our veterans. So far, 7 states, including Oklahoma, Texas, Indiana, Kentucky, Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina, have passed critical legislation that provides financial support for veterans seeking alternative treatments for mental and neurological disorders such as PTSD. Currently, Colorado and Idaho are contemplating similar legislation. Now it's Maryland's turn to act. After watching the Senate bill hearing on this and speaking with Senator Elfreth, I agree with her that the following 3 amendments are friendly and should be included in the legislation, all of which will put us in line with the Senate version of the bill. They're very small, but I wanted to mention them. Number 1 changes the title to the David Perez Military Heroes Act in 22 a day. Basically, it acknowledges the 22 veterans that we lose to suicide every day, and it also acknowledges David Perez. Adds Brain Futures to the list of organizations that the department can work with during the study. You can see that list of organizations on page 3 between, I believe, lines 13 and 16, and adds traumatic brain injury to the title of the bill. I want to thank Secretary Owens for bringing me this bill, as well as Senator Elfreth for sponsoring the legislation in the Senate. I'd also like to thank my distinguished panelists for testifying on behalf of this critical legislation. And just a moment of privilege, Mr. Chair. As a Marine Corps vet, so with that, I'll turn it over to Rory Murray.
Thank you, Delegate Howard, for your testimony.
Thank you, Delegate. Sorry.
We have Mr. Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and thank you, Delegate Howard, for introducing this bill. We're here in support of this bill, where I'm glad to hear has been accepted as a friendly amendment. I hadn't known that, so glad to hear that. Our amendment is to add Brain Futures to the list of organizations that the department must consult in kind of taking its duties on under this bill. Mental Health Association of Maryland launched Brain Futures in 2015, which is a national nonprofit dedicated to assessing new scientific understanding of the brain and advancing effective practices for brain health and treatment for mental health and substance use disorders. And we've worked on a lot of reports around neurofeedback treatment for ADHD and anxiety disorders, executive functioning skills programming to improve youth brain fitness. And last year, the organization launched a psychedelic assisted therapy initiative to educate policymakers, healthcare providers, payers, and more about clinical applications and benefits of psychedelic substances, particularly as relates to PTSD and depression. So, this is an exploding field. There's rapidly growing body of evidence showing the safety and effectiveness of these treatments. There's large and increasing public and private investment in this space. The tide of public opinion is turning much more favorable. And all the while, Brain Future has been doing the work to prepare for wide-scale adoption of these treatments, laying a foundation for the regulatory and reimbursement work ahead. And so, again, really thankful and happy and appreciate Delegate Howard introducing this bill. Appreciate him accepting. Appreciate him accepting the addition of Brain Futures as a friendly amendment. And with that, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin, for your testimony. Next, we have Rory Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear this bill. My name is Rory Murray. I'm your friendly neighborhood lobbyist at Providence Strategies, but I'm here today in my personal capacity as a Marine Corps infantryman, veteran, and someone who has unfortunately experienced many of the issues that this bill aims to counter. I will be blunt. I am tired of my friends dying. I wish that was just me being dramatic, but it's not. It's just the truly disheartening truth. In the 17 years since coming home from Fallujah, I've had at least 10, probably closer to 15 friends of mine die from either suicide or substance abuse heavily attributable to their failure to overcome post-traumatic stress. Considering that I only served closely with about 150 Marines, that's not a great ratio. Mental issues are a difficult beast to conquer, and it takes a full-on effort from all sides. As for me, quite possibly the luckiest day of my life was when I found myself involuntarily committed to a mental institution shortly after my 26th birthday, 4 years after leaving active duty. This forcefully stopped my slow and progressive downward slide and was my on-ramp to getting the help I need to live a productive life. And I've completely changed my life from that point on, with some expected hiccups, but all in all, I've been very lucky. But for others, the solution is more complex and difficult to pin down. The point of this bill is to fund and study alternative treatment therapies. We must exhaustively explore every possible avenue to making a dent in this epidemic. This won't be the end all be all, but it'll be a real step forward and hopefully very influential as continued steps are explored. Finally, please bear with me, just a note on David Perez, the namesake of the bill. David was an Army combat veteran, an ardent advocate for veterans, and a big fan of politics who worked as a staffer in your building as well as the one across the street for several years. Many of you probably knew him quite well. He died on August 29th, 2020. And I unfortunately found this out after he and I had a conversation about doing some recovery work in homeless shelters. This was a common thread of conversation between the two of us. He had endless energy to help others. But unfortunately, when I reached out a few weeks later, I got no response. This is not uncommon. I engaged in what has now become the sobering practice that I've become accustomed to over the years when veterans go silent, and that is to Google for their obituary. It hurt when his came up, but it wasn't a new feeling. It was just another time that this has happened, and it is horrible. There's no better word for it. I've had the pleasure to walk these halls with David and advocate for support of veteran-related bills for many years. He was a true gem and a hero in more ways that I can describe. And the veteran community owes him a great debt of gratitude, and his presence will be missed. I can't adequately express how grateful I am for Delegate Howard and Senator Elfreth for bringing this bill and for allowing his name to be on the title. There's no doubt he earned it, and I would hope that you give this bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the gentleman, Delegate Howard, the bill sponsor, or any of the witnesses here today? Gentlelady Delegate Henson.
Mayor, and thank you to the bill sponsors and all those that testified in support. Thank you for your service to the country and also for raising our awareness on this very important issue and how we may be able to make an impact. I'd like to start by I understand the intent of the bill to allow for the study, but as it relates to the different medications that are referenced in the bill, are physicians currently able to prescribe that as treatment for people who are diagnosed with PTSD, or is there some barrier to people receiving that treatment at this time?
It's a little both. I don't know. You want me to answer?
Yeah,
Delegate?
yeah, go ahead.
It's a little both. As for hyperbaric oxygen therapy, the VA allows it under certain circumstances, and private doctors also can allow it, but it's generally not covered by insurance. So part of this fund could be used to help co-pays for folks that are using it under a doctor's discretion. As for the treatment therapies, for the most part, they're being used in studies. There are limited cases in which veterans or people that have suffered traumatic brain injuries, even if they're not veterans, have been put into either limited studies or limited use cases in which, once again, they're under the care of a physician, but it's not necessarily under their insurance plan. So it's co-pays for things. It wouldn't allow for the authorization or prescriptions of drugs that are not legal, for physician prescription or authorization. It would provide funding for co-pays for those that are already allowed but aren't covered by insurance.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just to thank you, sir. Just to expand on that a little bit, Delegate Henson, what's happening now when you look at like Dakota Meyer, who was a Medal of Honor winner, he did this therapy, but he had to sneak to Mexico to do it. And I've watched interview after interview after interview of people that have done these type of therapies. They've had to sneak to Mexico to do it. But the common thread with every one of them is, and a bunch of them literally say this, is just, I got my life back. So they went from, hell on earth to, completely disconnected with their kids and their family, drinking whatever to numb, to, getting their life back. So.
Delegate Howard, it's good to hear that there are some still areas that we can explore and hopefully bring relief to this very important community. If the chair will permit me a second question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The medications that are mentioned in the bill, the MDMA, we may be more familiar with certain street names for derivatives of that, like ecstasy or Molly, and then ketamine. These are some pretty serious medications that we in this committee and other committees in the MGA have worked hard to make sure that we are providing assistance to people who find themselves in a situation struggling with addiction or any of the other consequences that can result from the proliferation of these medications. Does the bill as it's written now, or in your contemplation of it, have any sort of help or assistance or safeguards to make sure that as we authorize more use of these drugs, that we also mitigate some of the harmful impacts that we've seen?
Well, it's, with it being under the purview of doctors from Johns Hopkins and other experts, that I believe would be appropriate safeguards.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate Henson. Delegate Metzger is recognized.
Thank you. Delegate Howard, thank you so much for bringing this bill. I serve as a chaplain for Holly Hills Memorial Garden and the Rosedale area. And I want to say to you personally that many times we keep our shadow side hidden. And I applaud you for allowing your shadow side to be seen today. That shows that a vital man. I recall a vice president one time said, "A man that doesn't cry has no heart." And you certainly showed me your heart today. But with that said, I need to tell you that the suicide rate amongst our veterans is out of control. And as so many have said, we need to roll it back. And I applaud Senator Elfrith also bringing this bill together and the bipartisanship, and that's what it's about. Thank you, and I thank you again. God bless.
Thank you, Delegate Metzger. And when you go back and you watch the Senate testimony, there's a lot of experts there, and this kind of helps, I think, with Delegate Henson's question about oversight. There's a lot of experts there, people that literally wrote the book on this type of treatment who would be overseeing this type of stuff. And, you know, it's funny, when I was going to testify, I was going to tell a few things, and my wife told me, she said, you'll never make it through it. And she was right. So just, you know, as a Marine Corps infantryman and Army veteran, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for the bill sponsor or any of our witnesses here? Delegate Howard, thank you very much for opening your heart and sharing your testimony and just being open with us, and very much appreciated. Mr. Murray, thank you for taking the time for us to remember and reflect upon a former colleague in the Maryland General Assembly. So much appreciated. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1367. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1359. Delegate Hill, State Government Technology and Science Advisory Commission established. Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee and Chairman McIntosh. House Bill 1359, I'm introducing to establish a Technology and Science Advisory Committee for the purpose of studying advancing technology and making recommendations to the legislative body on how that technology and science can be applied more effectively in the state and by the state. The goal is not to compete with Do It, but actually to complement Do It, and it would actually be housed and staffed through Do It, but it is really to lessen our need to constantly react to and remedy problems that we've created with well-meaning policy that was implemented using either out-of-date systems or systems that used algorithms and methods that hadn't been well vetted. And we end up sometimes with unintended consequences because we haven't done enough advance work to see what those consequences might be and mitigate for them. So the analysis and recommendations of the commissions would support a more deliberate implementation and administration of both procedures as well as policies themselves, particularly with respect to algorithmic design. Most especially my interest and where this bill came from is looking at what we call responsible AI and trying last year to introduce a bill that would have the state implement responsible AI and how we do everything. And the problem with trying to do that is such a cutting edge thing that even though people in the field identify it, it's really hard to establish how you know what it looks like when you see it. And I worked with University of Maryland, Baltimore County last year about whether we could create a Maryland Institute of Responsible AI. And that really wasn't in the cards as we moved forward, but we collaborated a lot. And at the same time, I also had constituent who is a scientist that works for the state. And he and members of the Tech Council were very concerned about how often we have these, experts working in our departments and in our agencies doing the science and doing the technology, but we don't fully appreciate what they're doing. And so much of that gets set aside instead of being utilized. So putting those two ideas together is where this commission comes from. And again, I refer you to my written statement, but the idea is for us to be more proactive, to take advantage of the fact that we have experts here in the state, people who actually write the science, who are leading world-renowned experts, who are living with this kind of technology. And we should never again be in a position where we have, where we're using systems that are so out of date and antiquated to be not only costly to us in terms of what it takes to update them, but they're just not serving our purposes. So as you see, the fiscal note is about $100,000. So it's a very low fiscal note. And I've received a lot of interest in groups that want to be on board, including amendments I've accepted from the Office of the Public Defender, who is particularly concerned about how AI is being introduced and utilized in our state with respect to corrections and criminal justice without our looking forward and looking for potential adverse effects. Also, Coppin State University, and it's also been recommended that superintendent of the school, so we have amendments in for that. And finally, it was also recommended that the commission is a great idea, but there's no clarity about how it works with state agencies and other entities to make sure it has access to the information it needs to carry out its mission. So I'm working on amendment to make sure that it is not simply a group of well-meaning and well-trained professionals, but also has the tools that it needs to get the information while still protecting proprietary information and intellectual property, both of the state and of any other entities with which it collaborates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Hill. This afternoon, we have joining us Andrew Northup, Maryland Office of the Public Defender.
I have not seen Andrew.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I received an email from him a short time ago that an emergency has come up. And I don't know if he's given written testimony, but I can read the email in less than 2 minutes if you'd like, explaining his position.
Sure, Delegate.
All right, thank you. My name is Andrew Northup, and I'm an attorney in the Forensics Division of the OPD. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender's position on this bill is favorable with amendments. While I understand that the purview of the bill is broader than this, I view the board as a way to help address the surreptitious use of surveillance technology in poor and minority areas of the state. From the perspective of a public defender and a Baltimore resident, I have often seen surveillance technology deployed surreptitiously with little thought to the invasiveness, the accuracy, or even the efficacy of that technology. This leads to reactive legislation, often without a complete understanding of the capabilities of a particular technology or even how it is being used. A board like this one is a good first step in being proactive in assessing how particular technologies can and should be used before they are placed in the field. We have two main concerns which would require amendments. First, we would like a seat on this board as we are uniquely qualified to discuss how the use of these technologies play out in places and courtrooms around the state. The second concern deals with getting information. It is unclear how this board will get information about technology being used around the state. It is imperative that there be a mechanism by which the board can get the information upon which they will be making recommendations.
Thank you, Delegate Hill. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1359. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1033, sponsored by Delegate Rosenberg and Delegate Stein. And environment and energy investment in overburdened communities is jointly assigned to the Economic Matters Committee. And joining us from the Economic Matters Committee today, we have Delegate Brooks and Delegate Howard. Delegate Rosenberg, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Appropriations Committee. As you well know, we don't set policy in the budget, but we do set priorities. And that's what House Bill 1033 would do. It would establish as a priority for a certain percentage of our spending on programs dealing with the environment. State programs where clearly we have the authority to establish parameters, that those funds be spent in neighborhoods that have been most harmed by environmental decisions that we have made in the past. That those communities that have been negatively affected by the location of certain facilities, which spew more harmful products into the air and so on. There is a definition as to what is a overburdened or distressed community in existing law from legislation that Delegate Stein sponsored last year that is now the law. There is a definition in this bill as introduced. There have been other definitions that have been proffered. But I think what is essential is for this committee, through its work in the next 4 weeks, to establish that we do have a priority for redressing wrongs with regard to the environment, and that we should set aside as a matter of policy, which this legislation would mandate that we should set aside that a certain percentage, in this bill, 40% of spending on certain programs that relate to the environment, that clean up environmental problems or prevent them from arising in the future, that those funds be spent in those communities which have been most harmed by bad decisions that we have made in the past environmentally that have burdened and weakened these communities. So I would urge a favorable report on House Bill 1033. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. Are there any questions at this time for the bill sponsor from the committee members? Delegate Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just really quick, can you give an example of specifically decisions made either in the state legislature that have caused harm, and then differentiate between decisions made within the state and maybe an economic decision, like a plant was created somewhere because that was the best economic decision to be made at that point? I just want to make sure that we might, not be making up for something, an economic decision versus a state policy issue, which I think is what you were getting at.
Well, if I may, I think the focus is on the nature of the community where people live and the whether it is the air in that community, the presence of lead paint and lead in the air from that, from decisions that have been made to allow for buildings and industrial uses in communities. I don't know, it's a valid question. I don't know a specific answer, but clearly from what I have read, there is across the country, so therefore for certain across the state, there are instances when, not in my backyard, when plants are constructed that when they were built, there wasn't the environmental protection that there is now. And they were built in communities that didn't have the political power to prevent them from being built. And so hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Delegate Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Would CAFOs, Combined Animal Operation, be included in this bill? As far as like chicken farms, possibly, or cattle farms, that sort of thing.
I would not oppose that. I don't know off the top of my head if they are, but the purpose of the bill is to say that where neighborhoods have been harmed environmentally and where that has been established, we should prioritize that 40% of spending on certain environmental programs be invested to redress that harm in those neighborhoods.
Delegate Weitzel.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can, Delegate Weitzel.
Thank you. And Delegate Rosenberg, just listen to the conversation there. I wasn't going to ask this question, but what you set forth as an example of environmental harm, and not in my backyard, would an example be where people don't want windmills in their backyard, but they're okay with bringing them all out to Garrett County and putting them on top of our mountains, and those structures are taller than any building in Garrett County, and they're cutting down trees that sequester carbon dioxide? Would that be one of the examples that you could refer to?
It could very well be. I don't know precisely, but I think what I'm asking is that this committee and the legislature establish as a priority, as a policy, that those communities that have suffered harm because of prior decisions that have negatively affected their environment in a measurable way, that we compensate for that by investing more environmental remedies in those neighborhoods. So I am very open to a broad but appropriate definition of which neighborhoods have been harmed.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
From the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The question is for the sponsor.
The mere fact that this bill specifies that the selected tracts would be 75% of the median household income from the state of Maryland. So would that in itself not select what specific maybe low-income areas that that this money, that 40% goes to?
Well, it certainly establishes that as a priority. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor at this time? This afternoon, we have several witnesses joining us for this testimony. First, we have Jacoby Wilson with the University of Maryland.
I do not see Jacoby Wilson in the room.
Ramon Palencia Calvo from the Maryland League of Conservation Voters.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committees. My name is Ramon Palencia Calvo, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we thank Delegate Rosenberg for his leadership on this issue. We strongly support House Bill 1033. Low-income communities and communities of color in Maryland have long been overburdened by environmental hazards. House Bill 1033 aims to correct the long history of uneven distribution of resources and benefits of funding. With the opportunities ahead to receive federal climate and infrastructure funding, we must pay deliberate attention to ensure equitable and just outcomes. Otherwise, we run the risk of perpetuating inequities in communities covered by this bill, thus undermining our economic and climate goals. This bill identifies a number of programs, projects, and investments across 11 agencies in Maryland that would benefit low-income overburdened communities. Those include energy efficiency and renewable energy installation, transportation, access to parks and open spaces, health, housing and community development, and water and air quality. Communities covered by this bill will, for instance, have heightened funding for weatherization and energy efficiency projects, increased access to clean drinking water, improvement of roads and public transportation, and other critical infrastructure in their communities to have better economic and health outcomes, thus improving their quality of life. This bill also thoughtfully promotes change from the bottom up. It calls for public consultation, providing opportunities for communities to shape targeted investment to meet their specific needs. In closing, House Bill 1033 moves us a step closer to environmental justice in Maryland by targeting resources to low-income overburdened communities, by facilitating change from the bottom up, and by advancing justice and equity within the agency and programs covered by the bill. This bill is a priority for Maryland LCB, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Sandra Loco. Sandra Loco. Emily Ranson. Emily Ranson with
Hello.
the Clean Water Action.
Good evening, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 1033. This bill is not a bill about saying no to new facilities or no to new development. It's really about saying that if you are in an area with an overburdened amount of pollution compared to the 75th percentile of the rest of the state, and you are also in a low income census tract, then your area is prioritized for more of the state investment. So it's really about investing in communities that need this level of assistance. And the bill's definitions are deliberately designed so that they're not oversampling in different parts of the state. So there are indicators included that would speak to some of the urban hazards, some of the suburban concerns, as well as those for rural communities. So that way, Marylanders around the state are able to qualify based on their burden and income. I want to emphasize that some of the definitions and the language in the bill were developed in close consultation with some of the other environmental justice principles and concepts that have been talked a lot about this legislative session in order to try to bring these various concepts into alignment. And then just to reiterate, House Bill 1033 is really designed for that micro targeting of investment in especially low income communities around the state, focusing these fundings that we can control, the environmental, the energy efficiency type programs. And so we urge a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we'll go back to Jacoby Wilson.
Hey, thank you for the time. How was on 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And cut me off if I go too long. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to present today about 1033. So as was stated, this bill is really focused on micro-targeting communities that have environmental justice concerns. When you think about environmental justice, traditionally it's been framed as looking at the differential burden of hazards on certain communities based on race, ethnicity, income, and other statuses. The idea behind this bill is we wanted to address the cumulative impacts of differential hazards and differential burdens on certain populations. So if you think about the definition itself of environmental justice, then when it comes to delineation as just discussed, my team created a list of environmental indicators that capture the experiences of communities that may be overburdened. So we have indicators related to proximity to hazards, say, for example, Superfund sites or hazardous waste sites. We also have indicators that capture exposure. So if you think about traffic-related air pollution like particulate matter or things like nitrogen dioxide, we also have indicators that get at infrastructure. So looking at percent of broadband access, we know there's a difference in broadband access between our urban communities and rural communities. We also have indicators that really get at some of the experiences of rural communities again. So one of the indicators is concentrated animal feeding operations. And then we also added an indicator to get at some of our communities who may become invisible in some ways when it comes to positive development opportunities. So unincorporated communities. We have some unincorporated communities in the state that tend to be places where we have a lot more mining operations or lack of infrastructure, and we have more populations who may be low income. And so the idea behind this bill is to make sure that we really focus on those communities with the most needs, the most distressed. And thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. Lastly, we have testimony from Ruth Ann Norton with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Rosenberg, for such a thoughtful and important bill. And I will try to be brief. I am Ruth Ann Norton. I'm the president and CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I serve on the EPA's Children's Environmental Health Protection Council, and I chair the Maryland Lead Poisoning Prevention Commission. I think that Dr. Wilson has laid out the case on the opportunity for investment in overburdened communities and communities with legacy pollution. And I think I want to just focus in on two areas of where the state benefits by setting aside dollars to invest in this area. The one is the impact of asthma in communities, under-resourced and terribly overburdened communities. We have over 500,000 children and adults that suffer from asthma, disproportionately in low-income communities. Low-income residents of color visit the emergency room 5 times more often than those in upper income and white communities, and are hospitalized 2.7 times more often. What we have an opportunity to do investments in low-income communities on asthma is that for every dollar we invest in reducing the triggers of poor indoor air quality, mold, mildew, moisture, pest management, and structural defects that lead to respiratory disease, the state will recoup $14 for every dollar invested, and will solve one of the major burdens about children in their school attendance and performance, as asthma is the #1 reason that kids miss school and miss out on academic attainment. If you look at the issue of lead poisoning, which has been well established and for which this legislature has been very thoughtful in its approach, we have good laws. We have significantly underinvested the resources needed to meet this problem at scale. For every dollar that we invest in lead poisoning prevention in homes in the state of Maryland, we have up to a $221 return on investment back to the state. And we have the opportunity in both of these. If you look at the reports from Amerigroup, Priority Partners, and the feasibility studies done with through Robert Wood Johnson, we will also return back to Medicaid a 23 to 32% savings per month per patient for this investment. So we urge the adoption of 1033. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor or any witnesses here regarding House Bill 1033? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1033. We'll now move on to the last bill hearing of the day, House Bill 1425, sponsored by Delegate Lewis. Infrastructure grants, federal infrastructure investments, and coordination unit established. Delegate Lewis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Greetings to my esteemed colleagues in the Appropriations Committee. This is my first time ever coming before you, and you were wise to save the very best bill for last. I'll be brief. This is a great bill. I'm Robin Lewis on behalf of House Bill 1425, Infrastructure Grants, Federal Infrastructure Investment, and Coordination Unit. This simple bill will create a mechanism through which the state of Maryland can have oversight and input onto how the nearly $8 billion in federal infrastructure monies are coming to our state and how they will be used. This bill, which is a cross-file of Senate Bill 755, which I believe is being voted in Finance today. This bill creates a unit that in the governor's grants office, this will create the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Coordination Unit. It will staff that unit with infrastructure czar. The fiscal note for this bill reflects the fact that the infrastructure czar will have enough resources to pay at least 2 experts to work with that person and oversee how we spend those federal infrastructure dollars. This unit will track the funds coming in. It will assist state and local agencies in applying for grants and bringing resources. It will also establish and pursue a strategy that will help the state of Maryland get every single dollar for which we qualify. When President Biden established his own infrastructure advisory group, he set up a model at the federal level that we attempt to replicate here. I'll leave it at that. Just remind you all that as the only member of the Maryland General Assembly who chooses not to own a car, who depends on transit, walking, biking, and rideshare to get around, I'm here to tell you we need to invest in our transportation infrastructure. It's really important we get it right. This is once in a lifetime. We also need to spend every dollar that we can to achieve housing equity, to repair our roads and bridges, and build out our broadband infrastructure in every corner of our state. Thank you so much for listening. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Lewis, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? This afternoon, we have one witness joining her to provide favorable testimony, and that is Ms. Ruth Ann Norton with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Lewis, for an extraordinarily well thought out bill. The Green and Healthy Homes Initiative was actually established by the Conference of Mayors, the Council on Foundations, and the administration of Barack Obama to build an infrastructure to align, braid, and coordinate resources that go to housing investment in the United States. By looking at how we have done that align, braid, and coordinate work in the states and local governments across the country that have adopted this, what we have shown is a 26% savings on the use of federal dollars by having this oversight and alignment of dollars. So the concept by which that Delegate Lewis is putting forth has really proven reports on this that we're happy to share with the committee around this. We hope that also in the adoption, in looking at this, that there will be standards on attaining high performance on issues like lead paint and others, that the alignment of dollars and the standards by which they're applied will work. But what I will say is this has been established at the federal government. We've been a part of that. This is smart and effective government, and we stand in strong support of House Bill 1425. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Norton. Are there any questions for House Bill 1425 from any of the committee members? If not, that concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1425, and also that concludes the bill hearing for today. Thank you to all the committee members for all the different bills that we heard today. It's a pretty long day, but thanks everyone for their hard work and diligence. Tomorrow, the subcommittees will be reporting out their budget decisions, and the hearing schedule is posted on the website for the different times that are for the hearings. On behalf of House Appropriations Committee Chairwoman Maggie McIntosh and the entire Appropriations Committee, thank you very much for extensive bill hearing today.